Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Happy hump day, everybody.
Happy hump day.
Welcome to Inspired by Mystery Podcast. Once again with your host, Sammy Soros. And my lovely co-host, the wearer of baggy pants, Dusty Rackets, right here.
It's true. It's a true statement.
I love how you made that your little tagline underneath on the two screen. It's pretty appropriate. I like it.
It's so true.
Oh, someone's volume's on something. Your computer.
Oh, is mine on?
Yeah.
Oh, mine is on.
There's an echo,
My fault.
echo.
It was me.
We are streaming from a cave, apparently, with the echo.
Yeah.
Yay. Redis Rabbit, I'm so glad that you are back. I'm so happy that you were here
Yeah.
today. This
Thanks
is
for
good.
frequenting.
Yes, we're so happy to have you, and I'm glad that you are digging this story and the subject matter that we are covering tonight, because last week was so good. It was so good and so intense. There was so much to cover, and I'm really excited to progress with the story for sure.
Totally.
So, and also, I'm sorry that you're having a rough day, a rough pain day.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry about
That's
that.
a bummer.
That
Sorry to hear
super
that.
sucks. But you had your kiddo,
Yeah.
so that's pretty cool. You got to hang out, so hopefully you just get to relax this evening.
Totally.
That's the name of the game, is relax and when you
Name of the
don't
game.
feel good. But awesome, yeah. So we'll wait a little bit until some more folks filter in to kind of do a little recap, and then get the second documentary started.
Yeah.
But for the meanwhile, we're gonna cover it on Monday as well anyway. But I'm really excited, so we are going to cover it right now. New James Webb photo came out.
Oh. You guys get a weird new
And
sneak peek.
oh man, so Rabbit, I know you have not been in the stream as long, but we were super amped on the James Webb Telescope coming out. We were covering all the updates as it was launched and all the phases and everything. And since it's came out, we've really dived pretty deep into the photos that have come out. And I'm really pretty stoked that we just keep getting new images. I was
Yeah.
hoping we would be getting more images faster,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, and I was hoping that we would have more of the high resolution zoomable images.
Mm-hmm. Those
So
will
I
be
don't know
coming, though.
what the deal is, why they're not just making all of them high res. But the new one.
Yeah.
Oh, not your toddler, your friend's toddler. Okay, but you at least you got
Okay.
some kiddo
Nice.
time that you enjoyed.
Either way, still fun.
Yes. But the new photo is Jupiter.
Cool.
Oh man, look at this
Like we've never seen it before.
photo. This is so cool. And you know the James Webb it's supposed to see super far back into space. That is its main purpose is to see as far back as possible. But it's kind of neat that they're trying things in our galactic neighborhood.
Yeah, and using all the other instruments and stuff to get photos of things we've seen before, but better photos and different.
Yeah,
Seeing
just
different things.
seeing it, not relying on the visible light, being able to see the infrared. But this is so awesome. Oh, I'm so glad that you are into it too, Rabbit. It's so awesome. So yeah, look at this image. You can see the ring. There's this tiny ring around Jupiter, which is very commonly unknown that Jupiter has a ring. It's not as obviously as brilliant as Saturn's, but there is a small ring around the equator area over here. And then we're gonna do a zoom, and you can see all of these bands in such detail. It's so cool.
And the aurora.
And the aurora.
North and South Pole.
Oh man, yeah, this glow of the aurora. And then there's the great red spot.
Oh, that sucks. You're lagging.
Oh no.
Looks good on our end.
Really? Is it just choppy or something? I hope it's okay. That sucks. You heard the Earth had a ring around it. Not from what I know, but the moon was most likely caused by a like planetary collision, and therefore all of the dust and particles coalesced into what we know as the moon. So during that time, there was probably a lot of fragments floating around, I would imagine, but I've never heard that it
Yeah,
had.
supposedly there was the collision, and then
Rim.
stuff spread out around Earth, and then it all coalesced into the moon. So it would have had a ring for a minute, anyway.
Just in the process of forming
Yeah.
our dear moon. Wow, it's so cool. I love it. I'm really excited about it.
This is weird. It won't let me set my video quality to a lower video quality. I always do that just so it slows down, or so it gives more bandwidth for our internet here, but it won't let me change it.
Well, that's weird.
I wonder if there was a update or something and they just won't allow it.
Well, that makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully
But our bit rate seems pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm keeping my eye on it. It seems all right. I hope that the lag isn't a big issue for you. That sucks. But yeah, I love it. I love how we are able to look at things that we've already seen before and be able to see the difference. Which actually was funny because before the web, we were like taking guesses on what are they going to show. What are the first things that they're going to show? And we're like, okay, well, they could either do things that we've never seen before and just blow our mind with shit we've never, ever seen, or they're going to choose to do things that we have seen in order to show the comparison and difference of, like, look at how much more we can see. And they ended up doing that with the two nebulas in the galaxy, where they're like, okay, here are the Hubble images, and then this is what we can see. And it is a massive difference. It's a really amazing difference.
Yeah. Super cool.
But there wasn't anything necessarily like new, except for, the deep field. They were able to use the gravitational lensing and to show us like super far away galaxies that we weren't able to see before. There was that, but as far as like, a brand new nebula or a brand new planet, or, I was hoping there would be like an exoplanet imagery that was just going to blow everybody's minds. I was really hoping that. And beforehand, they're like, okay, we're releasing like what we're going to do. And they said something about an exoplanet. And I was disappointed that we didn't get a visual image of the exoplanet.
Yeah.
It seemed a little misleading. But the spectroscopy of the planet proving that there was water in the atmosphere, that's a really cool thing that we were able to learn about and that they shared with us. That was really cool. But I'm like, yeah, but I want to see it. I want to see it also. Can you do the spectroscopy and a visual image, please?
Yeah,
Please.
definitely. It's all right. Someday soon, I'm sure.
Just got to keep going. Just want to see that so bad.
Yeah.
I cannot wait. And I wonder how detailed it's going to be able to be. Like, if they're going to be able to actually show terrain of any sort. And, like, is it able and possible to do that if it's just infrared? I'm not sure if it would be like, like the rovers on Mars. It's like a video of Mars,
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think it would be like that. But I mean, look at Jupiter. Like, it could be something like that.
Yeah, which would be great. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take whatever at this point. This is like the most exciting thing ever.
Yeah.
I'm so stoked about having these kinds of new eyes in the sky. And then actually we were talking last week about the Magellan, right? Isn't it the Magellan? The Magellan telescope that they are now receiving funding on, which is so cool. And now it's going to be an Earth-based telescope, but it's going to be like exponentially stronger than even the Webb, which I find really interesting that they're able to do something Earth-based that is going to have that level of like depth to it.
Yeah.
But they were saying when we were reading the article on Monday, it was talking about some kind of like new technology that is going to be able to cut out the atmospheric interference in the images. So they found some kind of way to like
Yeah, they've got AI that will adapt the lenses and stuff to counteract it, so they can have a computer do it in real time and focus and refocus over and over as it's wavering, from what I've gathered. If that's the same technology
Interesting.
they're talking about, but I know
Yeah.
they're working on that.
I mean, that sounds pretty good. That's awesome if they can do that, because it sucks with the atmosphere. It makes it definitely more difficult to be able to capture those images. So if they
Yeah.
found a way around it, they're like, no, we have the technology. We can like work past that. Then
Yeah.
that's good, because if something breaks on it, or if it needs some kind of like tune-up repair or whatever, we can very easily fix that.
Yeah, at least we can fix it.
Because the web, they're like, all right, buddy, we're just gonna chuck you out to space and like Godspeed, because we can't get to you to fix anything. It's really far. It's really, really, really far. Like,
Yeah. Rabbit. Yeah, right? Like, luckily it won't be biased towards
that's very
some
true.
nipples and not other nipples. Like, yeah. That's funny.
That's pretty funny. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm really excited to see where this all goes. Like, just keep pumping it out. Because at first, when they revealed the images, they're like, okay, every week we're gonna be releasing multiple images, and it's like not fast enough for me right now. Like, we need more fucking images.
Yeah.
And it's weird because the website that they made when they released the first images, it was the webtelescope.org. And they're like, okay, this is where the images are. We have the zoomable images on here. There's information. They're not updating that website with the new photos, because I keep checking it, and then something like Jupiter will pop up, and I'm like going on there, like, is there a zoomable image? Like, what's going on? They're not putting them on there. It's like the website was made for the new images, and then they just decided to not continue to use it, and I do not understand, because we should have a resource
Yeah.
easily. Like, I've been like just getting on the news. They're like, new image release, and I'm like, why? Why do I need to wait for that? Why can it not all be on this one website, where
Yeah.
anytime there's a new image, sweet, let me go on here and it tells you about it or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I still need to do some kind of research and figure out if it's like NASA's website or whatever. You know, whose website
Yeah, where is
has
the
it
media getting these from?
archived? I don't know.
Yeah.
That I do not know. And I actually joined Twitter last month only for like James Webb and Aurora space weather updates. Really, I was like, damn it, because people were like, oh, this is a great way to get updated information about the James Webb. And then in my Aurora groups too, they're like, it's great because it's in like real time. I was like, fine, I'll get the Twitters. And actually, it's not so bad, because I followed a bunch of really cool sites. And a bunch of like
not so bad.
science and archaeology. No, at first I was like, "Wow, another thing! Like, I don't need it. Like, whatever. It's just another fucking thing to suck your time." But I realized I followed a whole bunch of cool shit, so now it's all like tailored to me perfectly. But I'm still not receiving the space updates and the facility that I'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it!
Yeah, I don't know where they're coming from. If maybe they're giving them to media sources specifically so that they can release them in their own channels, or maybe that website they're only going to put certain approved imagery on that website, or I don't know.
At this point, it's only the first images.
Just the first ones they released. Huh? Yeah.
Yep, and they're called like web first images. But like, what about the other?
What about all the rest of
What
them that
are you
we've seen?
doing? It's very strange. So I don't know what's
Yeah,
going on.
because even on
with
the
that.
NASA website, they had a bank of all the Hubble images. On NASA's site, they had all the largest.
I wonder if
Hubble
NASA.
photos.
Let's look it up. Let's look up and see if NASA.
Because all the Hubble photos are public domain, and you can download them and use them. And there's just a bank on their website.
Space.com. NASA.gov, and this is the first images. And even if you Google new images, it thinks you're talking about the new first images. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is first images. Okay, we know. Really? That's it? Okay. That's not. That's Karina.
Yeah, that's all the ones I took. Hit the little drop-down menu up there. The little hamburger.
Okay.
Galleries. Drop-down galleries. Image galleries.
Okay, this is wow. Yeah, I love astronomy picture of the day.
There's a NASA image gallery. Mission galleries. Is James Webb listed right there?
Nope.
No.
Search for NASA image. I mean, it's not like NASA images. Let's see. Let's see. Nope. It's just pulling up some like random things. It's weird, right? Like, why is it so
Yeah.
hard? And like you said, where's the press?
Yeah, where are they
Finding-
getting it? That's really odd that there's just nothing.
I know, like, where is the database of this? So NASA Web Images full resolution. Okay, that's just pulling up these ones. Oh, we got a globular cluster. Is that telescope will show us more stars? I don't know if that. I think that's Hubble. Globular cluster going down there. Yeah, there's like a image gallery for the telescope itself.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
That's real weird. Yeah, they've got photos and imagery, but it's like, it's not the released, it's like press use images of like, mock-ups of what the telescope looks like and all that.
Yeah, what is going on? Everybody's so excited about it. Like, all you have to do is put them on the website that already exists called Webb Space Telescope.
Yeah.
Like, .org.
That's right
Like,
there.
you're set up for success. Just put some fucking images and a little blurb about the science behind the image. Like, it's really not that hard.
Yeah.
I feel like it's pretty standard practice here. Oh, Rabbit has an Instagram for the web images.
Does it have all of them on there? Like, is Jupiter on there?
Let me see. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, hey, Chid. Welcome in.
Hey,
Nice to
Chid.
see you.
What's up, buddy?
We're trying to solve the mystery of where the James Webb images go at the moment.
Yeah, well, we were waiting for folks to come in before we started the whole West Memphis 3 thing. We were showing the new image of Jupiter, which, by the way, I will show you. Chid. Dun, dun, dun. Look at it go.
Ooh.
Okay, James Webb Space Telescope. Instagram. Okay, because, yeah, the cartwheel's on there and some of the other ones that they released. Okay, I'm glad that you brought that to my attention. I am following
Okay, so that's on there.
this, but it's not the only place that it should be, like, especially because they're compressed images.
Yeah, these are tiny.
Some good-ass images, though. Tell you that
Chid,
much.
we will never be done with whale dicks. we'll be
Come on,
talking
you
about
know you
Poppin'
love the
and
whale
Nessie
dicks.
forever.
Hey, lady.
Yeah. Hi, lady.
Hey, lady.
Hello.
What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Cool. Now we're getting the party started.
Now
Good.
it's starting.
These guys are coming in. Yeah, we're gonna be doing the West Memphis 3, but we figured we would just start with a little bit of space talk while everybody kind of took some time to come in because we're really excited about the new image. Look at it. It's Jupiter.
Look at it go.
It's Jupiter, and it's got rings and auroras.
Rings and auroras.
So cool.
I feel like the one that I saw had labels and it was pointing at moons that were in the ring right there.
Oh yeah, there's moons were like over here, huh?
Yeah, there was one like in the ring over there, and then that
Let's see.
that little line, that light beam like jetting in from off the screen is actually a reflection from one of the moons.
Let's see. It's interesting. This was the first Jupiter image that they took,
Yeah.
and way different.
Way
Okay, so I was gonna see if I could find that one. Wow. Dude, I just gotta say that Juno killed it though. Look at
Oh yeah,
this shit.
those photos were epic.
God
They were so
damn.
good.
So cool. Hard to believe that's real. It looks like paper marbling ink
Yeah.
in the water when you set that on the water. It's so cool.
Yep.
DG
Same physics, I guess.
in the
Hey, DG.
house. What's up, bud?
Nice to see you.
Hi.
Welcome in. Welcome
I'm
in.
glad you're here. I didn't think we were gonna see you tonight, but I'm sure glad that you are here right now. That's pretty great. Yeah, we were just kind of giving it a second before we started doing a recap and going into part 2, but we were talking about space things. Were you talking about this image?
No, it was the new one. It was like that though. It had the other ones laid out.
Okay.
It had moons laid out next to it, but it was this new one.
Well, apparently they're like, we're gonna take all these amazing images and we're not gonna make it easy for you to find any of them ever. It's very annoying.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this Aurora shot from this
Cool.
one. That was a Hubble one, but
Wow.
god damn.
That was a really good photo.
Have you guys seen the Aurora on Saturn and how crazy that is? Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is a anomalous kind of thing they haven't figured out yet, but it's really showing it in these photos. Cars, oh Saturn, that it's like hexagonal.
Oh, the aurora's not hexagonal. The clouds are. If you
Oh,
type
is that
in
what it is?
Saturn hexagon, it'll pop up.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, it's not
For some
the
reason I
aurora.
thought that it was the aurora coming in like that.
Mm-mm. No, it's the clouds, and they don't know.
You're right.
I mean,
Yeah,
they've kind of figured it out, but
that's crazy.
it's crazy that it's got those angles. And it's just something from the way that it blows around the planet. But it's really weird.
That's
The Saturn
nuts.
hexagon. Yeah. Trippy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Really, you thought about it, DG?
Oh, really? You're gonna stick through it?
Because I love the shit out of you guys, and I figure if I could ever have any help to get through it, that has to be here. It's like
Aw.
destiny, maybe.
That really means a lot. Thank you so much.
It really does.
coming.
That's awesome. Thank you.
We
I'm
appreciate
glad
that.
that you care.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's something that's pretty sensitive, and we, of course, like, understood your position. And I know it's really sensitive to you, so I understand if you gotta, like, pop in and out. I totally get it. But, you know, maybe it is good to just kind of get through that. You know, you growing up, having this be relevant and having it be so scary and you know, fucked up that shit like this happens in the world, but it does happen in the world, and it sucks, you know. But I understand it being more sensitive to you, and yeah, maybe it is good to just kind of.
And also
hash
this
that
way,
out.
at least hearing, you know, the boys' point of view and getting more about the background of it rather than just what was in the media at the time and like everything that everybody else was pushing. Like at least hearing the backstory of it and getting their side of it, then maybe that'll help a little bit.
Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. And you know, like, even though it's a heinous situation, as far as the nature of the crimes, it's horrible. But the fact that these 3 young boys were, you know, labeled as evil and whatever, and they're pushing through, like, that's the real meat and potatoes of the story here. It's like the fucked up justice system and judgment of those that are different and all of that. So that's like, you know, it's more about us covering that and bringing attention to that as an issue, even more so than focusing on the nature of the crimes as well.
Definitely.
So, oh yay, Krista's here. Hi, Kirby.
Sweet. Hi, Krista.
I'm so glad you're here.
Hello.
Yeah, you feel free. You just lurk it up, and we will be hanging out, waiting for you.
We'll be here.
We'll be here. We'll be here.
Totally.
So yeah. So it sounds like everybody that's in here right now was here last week, including Alf coming
Alf.
through. Yeah, what's up there,
Hello.
buddy?
Hello, hello.
Hi. Happy that you're here.
Yeah.
I ate some sauce today. It was really good.
Been eating sauce for days.
Yeah. It's not gonna last very long.
Yeah.
We're just gonna keep you guys in business single-handedly. Oh, I'm so glad. You're different as fuck and we have open arms. Yeah, because we are definitely some unique individuals over here, you know,
Yeah.
and we don't fit the norm. We definitely are
That's
not
very true.
normies. So we are always here welcoming everybody, you know, especially the misfits and the weirdos, you know, and the sarcastic, dark humor folks, you know.
Yeah.
Where these days, a lot of times we're getting pushed to the edge a little bit too, because it's like
Mm-hmm.
some jokes are inappropriate, but we like inappropriate jokes here as long as they're not mean in nature, you know. So,
True.
you know, we're really happy to like open up this kind of like nice space for people to be able to come in and just like exist and be themselves in here with us. It's really, really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then look at this mod that we have. We got the one and only Chid as our not only dear friend, but our mod as well. So it's pretty great. And Chid will fucking lay the hammer down if anybody has any mean shit to say.
This is true.
Yeah, Misfit Island, man, it's the best island. I feel you.
Heck yeah.
I really do.
Definitely.
I really do. So just to, I guess, you know, quick recap. Like I said, everybody except for Krista, actually, was here last week. So just to like, in a nutshell, it right now. Actually, Krista, if you are listening, do you know the story of the West Memphis 3? I'm just curious if you do.
Yeah.
You're the only rando at the moment that I can see that was not here. So, but yeah, basic gist is back in '92, there was 3 young boys who were murdered, and then 3 teenage boys were accused and sent to prison, and one of them even sentenced to death for murdering these boys, and they in fact did not murder the boys. They were different. They were metalheads, and they were just seen as obvious targets because they were so different, and blame needed to be placed on someone, and they didn't even have enough evidence, obviously, because they didn't do the crime.
Yeah.
So they didn't have enough evidence to properly prove it, and they ended up going down anyway, and they were imprisoned for 18 years before they were able to work a deal and get released. They fought because of the lack of evidence and were able to be freed. And now here we are, how many years later? How many years? 11 years? 11 years since they've been out. And Damien Eccles, who's the main focal point, the cult leader, whatever, he is still fighting to this day. He is trying to use the DNA technology that we have now to prove their innocence, and also to try to actually find who the killer is at this point, because the killer is walking free. The justice system failed really bad, and they completely stopped the hunt for the actual killer. So it's really, it's a sad story, but because this is still being pushed forward, and Damien is actively trying very hard to fight with the courts to help exonerate them. There's still pushback. It's still not happening, and it's just so sad. But so it is still active as far as the case, even though this was from the 90s, which is why I feel it's really relevant to talk about it right now, is just to raise awareness for the situation. And it was quite big back in the day. It was definitely a bigger deal at the time, and then, you know, these documentaries came out, and then it kind of like fell by the wayside as far as like the public was concerned. And they're still pushing through as much as possible. So last week we did the first episode of Paradise Lost, which came out in '97, I believe, and that was the story of phase one. That was like the trial, the initial trial, and um, the family members. It really focused a lot on the family of the boys and how they were dealing with it, and how some of them were suspicious themselves, and all of that. So that was kind of phase one, was, like the beginning of the story. So, okay. I have to read more about it, the original trial.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, good. Actually, Krista, it's good. So, since you at least know, like, the gist, the basic gist about it, uh, the second documentary we're going to watch tonight is going to be good because that's going to bring up a lot more information. Like, what kind of we just explained was, like, basic gist of the first one. So, you'll get a little bit more information on that tonight.
Yep.
Which is going to be good.
Yeah, and it was, all from the fallout of the Satanic Panic coming out of the 80s, and they labeled the murder as like a sacrifice or some kind of a satanic ritual type of thing, and there's like bite marks on the kids, and they're saying that these kids like were mutilated by their killers, and like they were even eaten, and it's just, it's over the top, and it was extremely grotesque in all the descriptions and even the photos and everything. It's why we have our warning graphic content up there, which I don't think this second one is going to be quite as graphic as the first one was, but it was just extremely over the top with these murders, and they tried to make it out to where these kids are in a satanic cult, and that's the reason that they did it. And Damien had read a book of like about Aleister Crowley, and they're like, oh, well, obviously he's a Satanist.
Obviously.
And then it was like Aleister Crowley and then Stephen King books, and since he had read Stephen King, they labeled him even more as a Satanist. Like, he's into horror, and it's Stephen King, dude. But there was one of the three had a very low IQ and was very
Easily influenced.
Easily influenced. That's a good way to put that. And in the interrogations from the detective, they basically just drove him into saying whatever they wanted him to say, and used that on the stand, and used that to condemn these three boys, basically, and told him that
he
they
had a
would
separate
give him,
trial because of it too. They couldn't
Yeah.
have him in the same trial because it was his
yeah, they
word.
sent him over 100 miles away for his trial because they were worried for the repercussions or whatever. But yeah, they actually got him to not essentially lie on the stand, but they drove him to say the things that he said, and found out later it's not true. And then they had other people saying things that just seems like they were bribed into saying things, because some of the stuff, like, it can't be true. Like,
Yeah, like
it's just,
I was in jail with Jason Baldwin, and he told me details about all the stuff that he did, and it's like, but he didn't, because he didn't do it. He maintains his innocence this entire time, and he never did that. So why is this dude coming out and saying that just to knock some time off his sentence or whatever? Like,
yeah. So there's shady things.
it's shady.
And the prosecutors are, they don't seem to be the most upstanding.
No, and then they had what is it, pie on their face, how they say, or whatever. Like, they ended up realizing they didn't have as much, but they had pushed so hard they just kept going with it. And like Krista said, so whoever the killer is super messed up and psycho and walking free.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that has bothered Damien the most, that he's talked about on many occasions. He's just like, we didn't do it. Somebody did it. And you're so focused on us and not wanting to admit that you fucked up by convicting us. You don't want to admit that. So therefore, you're just completely just not acknowledging the fact that there is the killer that is out there right now. And that's the most important thing. Somebody did this crime.
Yeah.
And they've gotten away with it for all of this time. So a lot of it's the name of the game is just saving face.
Yeah.
And it's bullshit. It is so fucked up. It is like, justice system. It's a system of injustice. And this is like a really big symptom of the injustice in the system. And Bible Belt mentality. It's very like backwards, um, judgmental mentality, and what that can mean for people when they're just a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad you brought up about Jesse Miss Kelly and him, being more simple minded and being coerced into making these statements, which it's just so horrible. And the guy probably feels so bad
Yeah.
seeing what happened in the end as a result of that. Um, but yeah, he was tried separately.
Yeah. And there was a lot that came out that they lied about. So even trying to get the evidence to go back and look at the evidence again after they were after their Alfred plea and everything. So now that they're out of prison, trying to get the evidence brought back up in court, the prosecutors actually lied and said that all the evidence was lost in a fire and there is no evidence anymore, and all of it having anything to do with the case was burned up. Well, they sued for whatever was left and found out that none of it was burned up. It was all just sitting in the evidence locker. So they had boxes and boxes of everything that they had in court that they were able to finally get a hold of. And then they've got DNA evidence that Damien's been trying to get them to look at and analyze to figure out who did it. And there's some clause in some law somewhere that says that you can't, or that someone cannot, what is it, like
That you
like
have to
request-
be incarcerated
Yeah.
to request and have it granted DNA evidence.
Yeah, to revisit a case,
yeah.
basically. They won't let him bring it up in court because he's not currently incarcerated.
As if 18 years wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Like, okay, it was 18 years. We feel you. We'll do it. Oh my God.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. So they're doing a lot to protect themselves and the state, but no one's doing anything to try and find these killers. And, like, what I don't understand is even the parents. Like, now that evidence has come out that it's, someone else, why are the parents not trying to push that forward? Like, it's really weird that Damien is the one fighting for it and
Yeah.
the parents are not the ones leading that fight. Like, it seems like they would be the ones up front.
Yeah.
So it's weird. It's really weird. So
Well, also, maybe they don't want to admit that they were wronged because they said horrible, hateful things against these three boys
Yeah.
for all the time. And we're talking about wanting them to be killed themselves, and then and they were in prison for 18 years. So you'd think if it was them, they might be like, okay, maybe we don't want to say that. The only person that like publicly apologized was Mark Byers, who
Yeah.
was the over-the-top acting type of seeming guy
Yeah.
who looked totally fucking guilty. He's the only one that was like, fuck, my bad. So that's what we're gonna see in this documentary tonight, is kind of showing how more evidence comes up and about the people fighting as advocates for the West Memphis 3. And we'll just kind of watch where the case goes tonight. So
Yep.
that's the agenda.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yes.
Breakdown. Summary.
Yes. Well,
Oh.
DG, that's cool that even though you had the news and all that stuff was going on, that you still didn't even believe that it was necessarily them.
Yeah.
So,
That's cool.
yeah.
Good.
That must have been the scariest thing for those guys, man. Must have been so terrifying for
Seriously.
them. So, we found the YouTube version. If you guys remember, last week we were trying to do via Prime or whatever, and it won't let you show that. So we found a YouTube version, and it looks like it is the full version. It has Spanish subtitles on there. So if anybody speaks Espanol, then you're good.
You'll be stuck.
But it's in the video, so there's no way to stop that. But I don't think it'll be too distracting. But just letting you guys know that's what we got. We didn't preview the entire video. I looked through to make sure. It seems like it's going to be fine. So hopefully we don't have any content issues with it. Okay, good. You just try to stay in and you just let us know if you can't.
Yeah.
I know you got a kiddo, and it's a toughie. I know.
Yeah. We fully understand.
I know how that must, well, I can't say I know, but I can imagine that must be very hard for a parent and kind of puts you in that idea of like what would it feel like if you were in that position. It's a horrible thing to have to think about, and I hope you never have to think about it.
Yeah.
But it's the real world, man. It's fucked up. This world is a crazy place to be. And there's great things, there's beautiful things, there's love and compassion and sunsets, and then there's the horrible atrocities. And that is humanity in a nutshell. So, just like keep everybody safe, Just keep your loved ones as safe as you can. And there's only so much that we can do for that. So
True.
enjoy everybody in the moment, because you never know.
Yep.
So, oh, you're already crying. I'm so sorry, DJ. But we really love you too, and if it's too much, it's okay. It's okay. But we're gonna give it a go. And if anybody has any comments or anything as we are watching it, type in !pause. If you type !pause in the chat, we will pause and we will have a discussion on a specific aspect of it. So let's do that. We'll just throw that out there.
I like that.
Just in case. Because maybe there's something like, hold on, we need to hash this out. And I might pause just on my own, but if any of you guys in chat, I don't know, have any questions or we need to talk about it, just let me know. And we'll do that. So I'm going to cue this up. Hold on, get this all ready to roll. And then we've got this guy. So we're going to do this one so that way it's nice and big for you guys. And you can see us in the corner. We're still here. Hello.
We're still here.
Still here. Okay. Damn it. So big.
I knew from when I was real small that people were going to know who I was. I always had that feeling. But I just never knew how they were going to learn. I kind of enjoy it because now, even after I die, people are going to remember me forever. They're going to talk about me for years. People in West Memphis will tell their kids stories. It'll be like, sort of like I'm the West Memphis boogeyman. Little kids will be looking under their bed before they go to bed. Damien might be under there.
If I had the opportunity to speak to Damien Eccles, I would tell him that I hope he busts hell wide open. Period. And that if I could get my hands on him, I would eat the skin off of his face.
That's intense, man.
That is, yeah. That's a weird threat, lady.
Eat skin off of his face. It's one way to do it. Put some sauce on it.
Paradise
Put
Lost,
some
The
fucking
Child Murders at
Yeah.
Robin Hood Hills. This film tells the tale of 3 teens who wore black, listened to Metallica, and, perhaps as a result, were convicted in the 1993 killing of 3 young boys.
2 filmmakers with incredible access spent almost a year in West Memphis documenting the trial and the town.
Everybody in the town and in the courtroom and on the jury are all blinded by their fantasies about satanic cults.
The criminal confessions are too many manipulated by the police.
And we're wondering if the true killers were actually captured.
Welcome back, Kirby. We just started. Perfect time.
Come back.
The reason I had made the West Memphis Boogeyman comment during the first film was because I was making light of the situation. I was joking. I didn't realize that, I didn't even comprehend that the situation could get this serious, that it could actually go this far. Because I was thinking, if you haven't done anything, then they can't prove that you did something you haven't actually done. That didn't make sense to me. Now I see they can. I wasn't even thinking about it whenever I said it. A spur of the moment thing. But a lot of people, it seems, didn't take it that way.
You're not gonna be no boogeyman in West Memphis, because you're gonna be dead in hell.
You're watching KATV Channel 7,
Chad,
the
you're the
Spirit of
best.
Arkansas.
Today marks the 5-year anniversary of a West Memphis murder case that gained national attention. The bodies of 3 second graders, Stephen Branch, Christopher Byers, and Michael Moore, were found mutilated in a ditch. Now, one of the 3 men convicted for the murders, Damian Eccles, has prompted a hearing to try to get his conviction thrown out. Norris.
That hearing started today in Jonesboro, where the trial also took place. Damian Eccles is trying to avoid being executed by lethal injection. He's claiming he didn't get a fair trial because of misrepresentation by his attorneys.
4 years ago, an Arkansas jury found him guilty of murdering 3 second graders in a horrific, ritualistic sacrifice. As our senior correspondent Tim Sullivan reports, he wants a new trial and a chance to live.
After a month of investigation, police arrested Eccles and 2 of his teenage friends, Jesse Miskelly and Jason Baldwin. Police theorized the
They did
murders
not
had
put
been
those in
part
the
of a
right order.
satanic
Never
ritual.
saying the names
In
off the
addition to
top.
local media, the case attracted a documentary team that produced a film called Paradise Lost for HBO. As a result of the film, a nationwide support group has sprung up to help the young men they call the West Memphis 3.
Somehow YouTube is able to keep the actual Metallica on here. Ours is, I don't know, it might just be like non-monetizable or whatever, but
Maybe,
hopefully we can still upload it.
If the world would only know that this case is a travesty. It is a non-case. It is a case where someone is in prison right now because of prejudice.
My son Christopher was the one that Jason Baldwin, Jesse Miskelly, and Damian Eccles murdered on May 5th, 1993, 5 years ago today.
That's all we're really doing is trying to promote the case. You know, we're not experts, we're not lawyers, we're not scientists. You know, we just need to keep this case alive so people will do something.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Where are you from?
I'm from Arkansas, Paris, Arkansas.
And where are you from?
Akron, Ohio.
Mark, how do you feel about the West Memphis 3 support group?
To me, it's like Jeffrey Dahmer fan club, Charles Manson fan club, Ted Bundy. You could name them all. Some people want to come to the rescue of a savage to get maybe their 15 minutes notoriety on TV.
We get emails from all over the world, actually. You know, everybody knows there's doubt about this case, but we just want people to look at it again and maybe question it.
They keep wanting to find someone else to blame to get their 3 off. That's their job, to take care of who they want, draw suspicion, do their thing. But the world knows who's guilty and who's innocent.
Could you hold that out for me and let me get another shot?
We would like to talk about the case. I'm here today because this is a hearing for Damian Eccles. It's the 5th anniversary of the tragic murders which he was convicted for, but we do not feel there was really sufficient evidence to warrant that conviction.
Yeah, they're guilty. They're guilty as they are, and that's an atrocity for you to even want to say. Where's the profit going for these T-shirts?
It all goes to raise publicity about the case. Every penny of it goes back into doing that.
Why doesn't the profit go to the victims' families? Son of Sam Law says that Eccles or under these 3 could make any money out of it.
It is going to the victims' families. It is. It's trying to find out who killed these little boys.
They know who kills these 3 little boys right there.
I don't know it.
They're cold-blooded murderers.
In your opinion, it doesn't add up that way for us.
In my opinion, and 24 jurors out of the state of Arkansas's opinion. Don't just say my opinion. These T-shirts, they're worth trash, garbage.
Maybe just slam this door lock real quick before I go in.
I've been locked up 6 years for something that I didn't do. And sometimes the things that we go through that make us suffer are very good teachers. I think my suffering through this whole thing has taught me a very great deal.
I have anger sometimes, but there's no one to direct it towards, you know? So I just really try to stay focused on just going home, letting everybody know that I am innocent. I didn't do this. I don't.
Hold on, I'm exclamation pausing real quick.
Yeah.
To comment on Kirby's comment here. For sure. You got to see the evidence without just like assuming that anybody is innocent or not innocent. But in the first documentary, the one we showed last week on stream, it was edited. It was like an hour shorter. But in the Paradise Lost official documentary, there's a lot of the court case filmed where you can see different people on the stand and you can hear a lot of the different information. And here on this documentary tonight as well, I think they're going to be kind of showing back a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because really watching the trials and seeing a lot of this information, they didn't have enough to convict them. They didn't. And then certain things that they thought were one thing come out in court later as, well, we thought that this was the thing, but like now we realize it's not, you know. So it's like they didn't know what was going on, and there was specialists that they had come in to speak about things who weren't even actually specialists in the field.
Yeah. And when they get second opinions from other people, they come in and they look at the same evidence and they're like, it's obviously not this. Like I don't see how anyone could think that this is what this is, because there's big giant holes in the story, basically.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff that comes out after the fact, and over this episode and the third episode, like, you see how shady it really was.
Yeah.
But the first one, it was a lot more of the beginning court case and everybody on the stand, like as they're questioning them, and you get to see the boys talk and you see all the people that they questioned and any of their like witnesses that they brought up, quotes. But yeah, it's really shady. It really is.
It's so shady that they were, I mean, Damien was sentenced to death and after 18 years was released on the Alfred plea because the court realized that they had fucked up and that it was, they were not having enough evidence to actually keep them there, but it was enough to convince the jury to have them actually put away.
Yeah.
So definitely check the first one out as backstory, but this, it'll be kind of interesting watching it in this way too, getting a little more information than going back and seeing like the beginning of it. But yeah, since you have HBO, I would definitely check it out. But
yeah, it's super interesting.
They didn't have, honestly, the main thing that they had was the fact that they coerced Jesse, who had an IQ of 72, into admitting and saying that he was there and he saw everything that happened and he was a part of it. That's the biggest thing that they had, was the fact that they had an eyewitness testimony, but the guy was not mentally mature enough to be able to handle intense interrogation and just wanted to go home.
Yeah.
And that didn't work.
And yeah, Rabbit is right. Like in one testimony, he changed his story 3 times in one statement. Like,
yeah.
So they were driving him to say what they wanted him to say, and he was just trying to get out from under the cops and go home. And he's definitely on the spectrum, and was easily swayable. For sure.
And that sucks because that was the biggest piece.
Yeah.
To the prosecutors.
Yeah.
But it was bullshit. The whole thing was bullshit anyway. It's so crazy. So there you go. Okay, we will continue with this.
I don't really understand how they convicted me or got me in here, or really how they just arrested me in the first place, you know. But it happened, and so I just can't really dwell on what's happened. I just gotta work with what's going on now.
When they told me that I was going to spend the rest of my life in prison, at the time I wanted to tell them, look, I don't want to do that. Just might as well just go ahead and kill me right now, because I ain't no way I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison and miss my family. I just can't do that. But, over the years past and everything, I done got used to it, done adjusted to it and everything, how the system works and all that. I adjusted to it, Basically, it's getting better and better by the day. I just got to adjust to it more often. It's getting better. but I lived. I'm gonna make it through it.
It's a good positive attitude. I guess I don't have many options, but he was adjusting.
My name's Chris Worthington, and I'm from Akron, Ohio.
Deborah Shue, I'm from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Kathy Bakken, and I'm from California.
Grove Pashley, GrovePashley, and I'm from Los Angeles.
Anna Mosick, ANNAMACEK, from right outside Houston, Texas.
I'm Ruth Carter, and I'm from Virginia.
Bill Pritchison, PRICHASON, New Jersey.
Gregory Fleming, from Alexander, Arkansas.
I'm Marcia Ian, MARCIA IAN, also from New Jersey.
My name's Burke Sauls, and I'm an alcoholic. No, I'm Burke Sauls, BURKSAULS, and I'm from Los Angeles, California.
I'd like it if you could all tell me why some of you have come from so far. Some, I think, have driven as far as from California, taken vacation time, spent money, and so forth, to come to this fairly obscure in many ways hearing.
I think I saw Paradise Lost the night it premiered on HBO in August of '96. And it just made me so mad that a modern-day witch trial was being allowed to occur in America. I mean, it's not just the fact that they were making mistakes and getting the wrong people, it looked like, but the fact that people seem to be reaching their decisions, even the jury, because of things like emotions and prejudice and hysteria and their anger. And they weren't using the reason or common sense, or they weren't really even applying the law. And I just think that's the wrong way for things to happen in America. And I couldn't forget about it and just got angrier. And so finally I decided to look into the case. I wrote Damien and read all I could about it, and finally just kind of stumbled upon other people on the internet who felt like I did about it.
It just made me cry. It really made me cry because I was thinking, how in the world can they sentence this guy to death with what they have, which is nothing?
When I went to work, and they had caught the people that had done this, my boss at work, she just thought it was great. She was like, well, they caught those freaks that killed those kids.
What a relief.
Yeah, well, I mean, those were exact words. They caught those freaks. And I said, well, they haven't even done the trial yet. What makes you think they did it? And she was like, well, look at them. Look at the way they dress. Of course they did it. Like, golly, I better stay in the house then, because it's not safe for me out there then.
Yeah.
I think that's a real typical scenario people go through. They first join the list is that I watched Paradise Lost. I also wore black t-shirts. I was an alienated teenager. And I think that might be the initial attraction that brings people in. But I think what's really important and that brings people together to the point where you travel across country to come to Jonesboro, Arkansas on your week of vacation are the more important issues, such as justice, such as a corrupt, incompetent police force and justice system working in a vacuum here in Arkansas when nobody's watching. That's why I'm here. I don't want them to think they can operate in the dark, kind of like a mushroom, and grow. No one enjoys sentencing somebody to death. Nobody enjoys having to go through the trial. That's why they call it a trial, I guess, because it is heart-jerking and difficult to deal with. When you read those words imposing the death sentence, I don't know if it was visible, but there was a catch in my throat. I could feel it, and certainly that you have those feelings. It's hard. All right, gentlemen, if you'd have your client stand, please. All right, Mr. Eccles, the jury having found you guilty of capital murder, 3 counts in the death of Michael Moore, Chris Byers, and Steve Branch, you are to be immediately transported to the Arkansas Department of Corrections, where the director or his duly appointed and designated representative will
on the 5th day of May of 1994 will be directed to cause to be administered a continuous intravenous injection of a lethal quantity of an ultra-short-acting barbiturate in combination with a chemical paralytic agent into your body until you are dead.
There's never been a moment that I've ever doubted that we did not arrest the right individuals. Never in my mind. There's never been a doubt. I can go to bed at night and sleep knowing that I did my job and did it well. If there was a doubt in my mind, I would still be on the police department. I'd still be working the case.
Way to go justifying things to yourself.
This is Detective Brian Reed of the West Memphis Police Department conducting an investigation for the offense of triple homicide, case file number 9305-0666. Currently in the office with Jesse Lloyd and Miss Kelly Jr. What occurred while you were there?
When I was there, I saw Damien hit this one boy real bad. Then he started screwing him and stuff.
What did he hit him with?
He hit him with his fist and bruised him all up real bad. Jason turned around and hit Steve Branch.
Okay.
And he started doing the same thing. Then the other one took off. Michael Moore took off running. So I chased him and grabbed him and held him till they got there, and then I left.
Well, I was telling them, I don't know nothing about it, and they just kept on egging it on. Finally, I just said something where they'd just leave me alone. And finally, I told them, I chased them and everything and caught them and brought them back. But none of that happened. You can't kill nobody and don't leave no evidence. You can't do it. I don't care who you are, you cannot do that. There was no blood, no fingerprints, no nothing at the crime scene. You just can't kill nobody like that. I don't care if you're a genius or nothing. You just can't do that.
Inspector Gitchell, let's talk about the things that Jesse told you that are just absolutely incorrect. Now, on page 9 of his statement, Inspector Gitchell, Jesse says that the murders took place around noon. How did you know that was incorrect?
Because the young boys were still in school.
Did at any time when he was telling you these things that you knew were incorrect, did it ever occur to you that what he was telling you was false? His entire story was false?
Jesse simply got confused.
This is a classic example of how police can produce a false confession. They threaten Jesse, they tell him that he knows things that they know he knows, they use the polygraph, they tell him that he's flunked the polygraph when he didn't. They use that to convince him that his situation is hopeless. They upset him enormously by showing him these horrible photographs of these dead children. And then they give him the option of being with the bad guys with the consequences of that, or joining the police. And at this point, all he wants to do is get out from under the pressure. So now all he has to do is agree with what they tell him, and that's how they set it up. Initially, they're going for a false witness statement. But once they have him talking, it's not difficult to get him to agree to things that will make him appear to be a participant in the crime.
Out of the 100 or more people that y'all talked to, are you aware of anybody other than the defendant who told you one of the victims that had their genitals removed, and one of them had cuts to the side of the face, and there'd been some grabbing of the ears?
There was no one else that mentioned those particular injuries.
Was there any kind of emotional response?
He had tears coming down his eyes.
Had y'all yelled at him or been mean to him or threatened him or promised him anything? Done any of those things?
None of those things happened whatsoever.
Not on the tiny little bit at the end that is recorded. How about all the other hours that were not recorded?
Well, I was down at prison a couple weeks ago and seen Jesse. And he tells me that you come down about every Sunday.
Yeah. I try to boost his morale up.
Just hang in there for me. We're doing everything we can. Sometimes it seems that things are kind of progressing at a snail's pace, but that's unfortunately the wheels of justice.
There is no justice.
Well, I got to tell you, I had to ask myself whether I still wanted to be a lawyer, but it just lit a bigger fire under me and made me want to get up and fight that much more. So.
Well, they didn't let you present your case up there in court. I noticed that.
But we got to have hope. Without hope, we don't have a chance. I've made a promise to that kid of yours that I'd never give up the fight, and I don't intend to do that. Maybe the quickest way to get Jesse out of that prison is to catch a killer.
Yeah, well, I think everybody knows who done it, but nobody saying anything.
If you wouldn't mind, can you three, tell us what the genesis of the list and the website and everything, how you came to create it?
I saw the movie. I got an advanced screener because I work for an advertising agency, and we worked on the key art, which is like the movie poster art. So I saw it about 3 or 4 months before it actually aired.
We saw the film together, Kathy and I, and we immediately saw it and said, oh gosh, Burke would probably like this. Actually not like it, but so we handed it over to Burke, and then Burke took a copy of it and watched it, and I think about 4 days later, not only Burke had seen the film, he'd already found a book in a used bookstore on the case, and he called us up and says, these guys are innocent.
I got on this crusade to find every scrap of information I could, and we got all the documents we could get our hands on, and it became a obsessive type of, like a collector's type thing, when we were each, we'd get another tiny scrap of information, we'd add it to the archive on the web. And we decided to make it public, too. We wanted it not just be in our own little filing cabinets, but we said, let's give this to everybody.
After a while, it became apparent that no one had actually looked at evidence and put together a scenario that made sense. And so we started doing more research about, investigation and homicide and forensics, and we came across a website that actually gave forensic and investigative classes, like criminal profiling and homicide investigation, that kind of thing. So I thought it would help me in understanding the case more if I took these classes. So I just started taking the classes, and in doing so, I read all the articles that Brent Turvey had written. He's the guy that gives the classes through Knowledge Solutions, and I liked his philosophy. It made sense. It was about evidence. It's criminal profiling as it relates to evidence. And I thought, maybe this is what we need, someone who could take this evidence and tell us what happened, because that's all we want to know. Guilty or innocent, I just want to know. So I called him up and I started explaining the case, and he just said, stop, get the lawyers, tell them to call me. And so I did, and then the rest is history.
Hey.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is my wife and business partner, Barbara.
Nice to meet you,
She's going
Barbara.
to be taking my notes today for me.
Great.
So our hands can be free. Thanks a lot.
I thought I would have put you over there by the easel so you could use that.
An assortment of markers here for me.
And I want to really thank you for agreeing to meet me here and talk about this. I've been working on this case for a long time. It's been over 4 years. And when I got the email from Kathy at the support fund, for the first time in a long time, I got to see a ray of hope for some justice and maybe having this thing analyzed. And you don't know how much it means to us. We didn't have a budget to work with. We didn't have access to this kind of information. We tried to get it, but we just couldn't accomplish it. And it's really good to be able to look at this stuff now and analyze it, even if it is 4 years later.
Do you want to go right and look
Sure.
at Okay, I brought the crime scene photos. In every other case that I've worked on, the crime scene photos are always they're like endangered species. You never see them. The actual crime scene photos are kind of spirited away, and what the defense usually gets is nothing. Or color photocopies are really bad. In this case, I was very surprised to receive all the actual crime scene photos.
One of the cornerstones of the prosecution's case was that this was a ritualistic, satanic cult homicide. do you say anything here from the crime scene characteristics which would be indicative of Satanism or ritualistic homicide by a cult or anything of that nature?
Most certainly not. There's a definite lack of ritual element to this crime. It's very unfocused in terms of the nature of the injuries. It's very much a reactionary type of behavior, not ritual. And these behaviors that we see in this crime take time. So it would not be plausible for a serial killer or a satanic cult group to grab these victims because of the fact that they are going to be missed almost immediately from the moment that they're abducted. And whoever dumped the bodies here knew that this place was here. He knows the area. This is not some place that you can just find being a trucker off the highway. You got to know it's here. You got to be able to walk in, dump the bodies, and walk out. You've got to know that this is available. It's very clear to me from the evidence that, and we can get into that later, that the offender did know the victims.
Hello? This is the MCI operator. I have a collect call from Damien, who is in an Arkansas correctional facility. All calls other than properly placed attorney calls will be monitored and recorded.
All right.
Am I on speakerphone?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Oh.
So there's like about 15 people saying hello right now.
Hello, Damien. It's a good
Hello, Joe.
Everybody's saying hello now. Hi, hello, hello, hi.
How many of them is it on there now?
25. I just put in the call for questions on the discussion group.
Okay. Beastie wants to know, I teach at a university and tell my students about your case. What would you most like them to know about you?
That I am neither a freak nor a monster. That I was basically a victim of circumstance. That anyone could have end up in the same situation that I am in.
You ever does the reality of being executed ever bother you? Like, do you ever think that's going to happen?
I guess, yeah, it bothers me sometimes. It doesn't bother me in the area of like being afraid to die. What bothers me is leaving so much left undone. And that us three being behind bars or even sentenced to death or being in prison for the rest of our lives, that is not going to in any way bring about justice because we didn't kill those children. I think it's pretty sad that society can evolve to the stage that it has, yet still be barbaric enough that it puts innocent people like myself, Jason Baldwin, and even Jesse Miskelly in prison and can even sentence you to death while the real killer still walks the streets.
You know, here's where I live today, number 11. An apartment somewhere in the state of Arkansas. That's good enough. I came from a real nice big home with all the amenities and luxuries that you could have to what I like to call my humble, modest studio apartment. A giant 300 square feet. A bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. But there's benefits to it. It takes me 5 minutes to vacuum, 5 minutes for the air conditioner to cool the place down, and I don't have to walk far to go to the bathroom. So it's a good little spot to live, to be by yourself, to control your thoughts, your emotions, and to live the rest of my life as God sees fit. As I look at all these dark clouds roaming in on me today, it can very easily remind me of May 5th, 1993. This half was a bright, sunshiny day. This half became gloom and doom. And as the death and destruction rolled into West Memphis, Arkansas and consumed 3 babies' life and killed them, it's kind of like this cloud front is rolling in and cooling off the day and consuming me as I stand here in the wind amidst the storm. And the storm is one I have been in for the last 3 years. But thank God there's a bright side on the other side. I've been down in a lot of low valleys, and people have tried to take me out. But I'm still here. Jesse, Jason, Damien, those names ring in my ears daily. And I still hate you forever and a day shall I still hate you.
Byers, when he's running around
Just want a
cussing
storm
me
like
and
that. That looked so
telling
cool.
me that I should go to hell and stuff, seems like he's play acting, you know, trying to divert the attention, trying to play the role that he should be of an angered parent. When really, I believe he's the one that did it.
I'm going to pause right there. Krista, just so you know, that guy is the guy that we were real sure was the killer. Like, after hearing him talk, like, he talks like that always. Like, it sounds like it's so scripted and it's extremely over the top. That was one of the most tame, like, conversations that he's had, I think. But he's very over the top, very actor-y sounding, and it was so harsh against these kids that we were like, he's covering up. Like,
Yeah,
it
he's
had to be him. Like,
projecting
yeah,
real
we
hard.
were convinced that he was the one that did it, and turns out no. And he actually came out after they got out of prison and found out that they weren't the ones that did it. He actually came out and publicly apologized for everything that he had said, and he was the only one who came back and spoke to the kids and told them that he was sorry for everything and moved along, which was extremely unexpected. After, like, this whole documentary, all of us were just like, wow, like, no way.
Yeah.
Like, we were very convinced that he was the killer for sure, but turns out no.
Good point, Rabbit. If he were a woman, people would say he's too dramatic or even hysterical.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. I honestly, I kind of think with his church involvement and church background, I think he's speaking like an evangelical, like, minister or something like that. Like, I think it's a very raised in a church way of speaking, and especially when with him being as godly as he is, I think that he's trying to embody that and being that epic with it.
That does make sense. Okay. That's a good point.
Yeah. But yeah, we were with this kid when he's
Arkansas
like...
poetic, for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, there you go.
For sure.
Yeah.
The murders of 3 West Memphis boys last year shocked all of Region 8. During the trials earlier this year, we empathized with the parents and relatives of those little boys.
And because of television, we were able to see and hear the emotions those parents were going through. Now the parents of one of the boys find themselves once again under public scrutiny. Jenna?
Since the trials, the Byers moved from West Memphis to Cherokee Village. Now, they say they wanted to start a new life, but now they face criminal charges. They're accused of taking $20,000 worth of property from a neighbor's house. Police have witnesses who claim they saw the Byers loading stolen items into their pickup truck, and when police searched the Byers house, they found a few of them. Mark and Melissa Byers face additional charges in their old hometown. West Memphis police have 13 warrants for the Byers for allegedly writing over $700 in bad checks. The Byers also face other charges. When they moved to Cherokee Village, the Byers became good friends with their neighbors, John and Donna Kingsbury. Problems began when Mark spanked the Kingsbury's 5-year-old.
I took the fly swatter and I just the plastic end, just on the back of his blue jeans. And I said, now you get home. You've been a bad boy.
But the Kingsburys say the whipping bruised their son.
We did have to have a restraining order put on them because I was worried about my family.
Mark Byers' problems began in July. He's been charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Police say he stood by holding a gun and allowed a teenaged friend to assault John Shaver Jr. According to a police report, the teenager used a closed pocket knife in his fist to assault Shaver. The fight sent Shaver to the hospital with a concussion. Byers admits the knife was his. He also admits there was a gun in his car. The Shavers say Byers used the gun to prevent bystanders from stopping the fight.
I think I'd be extremely...
Shaver's father believes this raises serious questions about Byers.
You know, there's a lot of people that's talked to me about it, which I hate to say it, but they think maybe he might have had something to do with those murders.
Mark Byers says that's ridiculous. But these charges and the questions they dredge up may stick with this family forever.
be suspicious, but sucks if it wasn't, you know, and he lost.
People
hand
are placing
away.
a lot of emphasis on Mark and could he have been a suspect? And there again, it's the same question that was asked to me. Did we pick Damien up because he looked weird? Well, are we accusing Mark Byers because he has a ponytail and looks a little weird and he's a big kind of guy and is kind of boisterous? I mean, is that why he's labeled as having something to do with it? No. You have to look at the facts, and the facts are the 3 that we arrested and that have been convicted are the ones that did this. Mark Byers didn't have anything to do with this crime at all.
They gave the filmmakers a knife with blood on it. It's so crazy.
Who did you receive this knife from?
I received it from, and how did I actually receive it?
Who did you receive the knife from?
I received it from Joe and the people with HBO Productions.
Here, this red area here, this is the shaft of the penis. And here is where the scrotal sac and testes should be, and they're missing. So what we have is that the skin overlying the penis, the head of the penis, has been carved off. It's gone. It's not there.
You can see, this is probably
the
single worst case of sexual mutilation I've seen.
Aww.
Right.
So this stab wound right
Not
here.
a true crime
this one right here, it's a nice
enthusiast, I'm assuming.
elliptical shape there. Nice stab wound right there. See those little sort of abrasions that come along the top there?
And it's okay if it's like too heavy. We understand.
Those
it's okay.
indicate
no
movement.
pressure to stay.
Now that is either
and watch
the person stabbing the knife in and twisting it, or the person who's being stabbed is moving. And a lot of them at all kinds of funny angles that mean to me that the kid was moving around.
Dr. Peretti testified at Miss Kelly's trial in Corning that this could have been done with a knife or it could have been done with a sharp piece of glass. 2 weeks later, he testifies that this someone is someone who has a great deal of knowledge of anatomy and that the penis is skinned meticulously, which would take a great deal of time under laboratory conditions. What can you tell me about that?
On really close examination, this is why I brought you the magnifying glass, because I want you to look right here. You can see the impression of the handle of the knife as it is being plunged. See that little squareness right there? Mm-hmm. And so whoever did this went like this and grabbed it and just went like that. And that's how they cut it out. No precision, no accuracy, no skill required to do that. And it, actually, to me, it's consistent with what is a fishing knife that's got the blade on one side and the serrated top on the other. Because of the movement involved and because of the depth, that right there is something that only somebody who's like really angry is going to do. This is not an act of deliberation or an act of that's well thought out or well planned.
Is it an act of sexual gratification?
I don't believe so. I believe it's an act of anger.
Mr. Byers, I need to ask you about defense exhibit number E6, this particular folding lock blade Kershaw knife. If I could approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
On January the 26th, did Gitchell tell you, let me explain a problem we had, and you need to answer this for me. We have found blood on this knife.
I don't remember if he said there was or not.
Did you have any idea how human blood was on that knife?
Well, yes, I would have an idea. I cut my thumb.
All right. You recall stating, I have no idea how it could have any human blood on it. You recall giving that answer?
Yes, sir.
Then do you recall stating, I don't even remember nicking myself with it, cutting the deer meat or anything? Is that the answer you gave?
Yes, sir.
And is that the truth?
I might not have remembered it at that time when he was questioning me, but I could have remembered it later on in the day and talked to him about it.
Okay.
Fishy. Sounds
Super
fishy.
fishy.
Mark Byers. Everywhere he goes, trouble follows him.
Well, didn't him and his wife break in these houses, get these statues and all this stuff?
Yeah, and then they just got slapped on the wrist. And he can get into as much trouble as he wants to get into, and they just never do anything to him.
And he's apparently not that great of a person, because from hearing people talk about places that he wants to live or houses that he wants to get, the neighborhood freaks out and they don't want him living there.
I tell you what really worries me about Mark Byers is he's got a thing for knives. Like the knife he gave to HBO. And then later on, he gives a teenage boy a knife. If you had a child that was brutally murdered by a knife, you wouldn't be giving another kid a knife to fight another kid and then hold a gun on them and make them do it. I mean...
Well, I wouldn't go far enough to say that Mark Byers murdered these little boys, but I think he had something to do with it. And I just can't figure out what. And I think there's a lot of people that probably do know.
I had 3 or 4 people come to my house to look me up to tell me that they believed that my son was innocent and that they personally knew Mark Byers and that they believed that he was capable of doing a crime like that. And they said they had been to the police, but the police wouldn't listen.
And I feel really bad about what happened to Melissa Byers, because it concerns me that maybe she found out something that she shouldn't have. And I'd like to know what really happened to her.
Wish you could have been here to hear me sing lately. He liked to hear me sing, didn't he? I think his little Christmas tree will stay there real well. It's in there tight enough. I don't think the wind will blow it over or anything. Come here and kneel down here by me. Oh, God, why did you let this happen? Please help us through it.
What's up, Shadowstorm?
Hey, Shadow.
Ransom back. He's coming in.
God, please help us through it.
Right, Robert? It's really crazy. There's a lot of angles to this case. For sure, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, in the court case where he was on the stand talking about the knife, I know last week when we were watching it, there was a lot of the court stuff that was cut out of that video we were watching. But that thing goes on for a while. They interrogate him for a little while, and he just incriminates himself left and right.
Which is so weird, because if he didn't actually kill them, then, like, just be honest. But he also, at the time, just a reminder, he has a brain tumor at this point, also. Not making an excuse, but wondering if maybe that affects his memory or his judgment.
I know how you love red roses, baby.
Oh, we're glad to have you hang in there.
This is all I can do for you. I know your heart was broken. I know you couldn't stand the death of your child. But oh God, I wish you hadn't left me. You remember when we were on our honeymoon? How happy we were. We worked together, we ate together, we went everywhere together. We weren't husband and wife. We were best friends. I loved you with all my heart. You remember when we opened our jewelry store? We had finally accomplished something. Had 2 sons doing good, nice house, nice business, 2 dogs and a cat. Just an average family. Trying to live our lives the best we could.
I don't know if I'd say average.
I can never put into words how much I loved you. You were everything to me. You were my life. I lived to see you smile. Those animals killed you. They're evil animals. They killed you, and I blame them for your death. And all for you morons, infidels, and fools that think I had anything to do with it. Go to hell! Go to hell! I love my wife more than any man could love his wife on the face of the earth. I'd have died for her. I took care of her. She was my life. I didn't do anything but love her. And for all you sick son of a bitches out there that think I had anything to do with her life, go to hell!
So sad.
Go to hell!
Would be, but I can't take him seriously.
Think what you might.
It's so difficult.
I know.
But you can kiss my ass.
I can't understand why exactly people are glossing over the obvious when it comes to Byers and the death of Melissa Byers and all the things that Byers has said and done since this trial. I think maybe for the general public, it's not quite as scary to believe that bloodthirsty Satanists were out murdering children as it is to believe that parents are actually murdering their own children.
Right.
Thank you for sharing, Rabbit, by the way.
Now, you're aware that you're here to take a polygraph test today.
Yes.
And this is concerning the deaths of 3 boys
Yes.
at West Memphis in 1993.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're also aware that an audio and video record's been made of this procedure.
Correct,
So
sir.
you got any problem with that?
No, sir.
If you do, I want to know about it now because I don't want anything bothering you.
I don't have any problem.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Mark, what we're going to do today, we're going to talk about what happened in West Memphis. We're going to talk about you, where you come from, who you are.
Okay,
Kevin,
sir.
make a choice.
What's your name, full name?
John, Mark, Byers.
B-Y-E-R-S?
B-Y-E-R-S, yes, sir.
Okay. What about your relationship with Christopher?
Oh, he's my best buddy.
Okay, did you all have disputes like father and son have, I'm sure?
Well, in the beginning, of course, he was little, but when he got up 4 or 5, he started having behavior problems.
Mm-hmm.
And Melissa didn't know what was wrong with him. I didn't know what was wrong with him. In hindsight, now I can look back and say, boy, if I'd known that, I'd have never spanked him, or I'd never given him time out, or I wouldn't have done anything
So
like
you
that.
spanked him. What was your intent when you spanked him? Was it your intent to hurt him?
Oh, no, sir.
To discipline him?
Discipline.
Did you ever hurt him?
No, sir.
Son, I know there's thousands of eyes watching what I'm going to do. I know I made mistakes. I'm not a perfect father, but I know I loved you with all my heart. And I know I tried to keep you from getting hurt. I know the times I had to spank you or punish you. It was because I loved you, son. I loved you, and I didn't want anything terrible to happen to you.
I think it's weird that when he asked his relationship to him, he said he's my best buddy instead of he's my son.
With your knowledge of the amount of blood that was lost from not only Chris Byers, but these other boys who've
But he
had
asked
some
his
pretty, they're
relationship
going to bleed as
with
well,
him.
won't they?
Like, What was
yes.
your relation?
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not you could clean up that amount of blood
What was your relationship
at a
like
scene in the dark? Do you have an opinion as to that?
But he didn't
I
say
think it
that.
would be
He
quite
said, what is
difficult
your relationship?
to have injuries of this nature
She might have missed.
without having any blood.
I could see how that could easily be like.
I would question that about the blood.
Good relationship, you know. Like I could see that easily be taken on.
One of the bodies was discovered in this area right here. There's a place up there on the hill where those two trees grow together right there. That was one of the other reference points on the crime scene diagram. The prosecution, their theory was that the murders occurred here in the creek bank, and that actually the homicides took place here on this little kind of plateau area, and that the defendants threw water up on the bank and washed all the blood away. The water was about this high.
And the water, and the theory being that the water would hit the bodies and wash the blood back into the river?
And wash away the evidence.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly how that would work, or why they would think it would work.
Unless they had someone throwing water at the same time the castration.
You could use a garden hose on the bodies, and you wouldn't get all the blood away. I mean, that's like, there would have been so much blood. The amount of blood at this crime scene, if this had been the place where Chris Byers alone was emasculated, there would have been so much more blood than that. And plus, they wouldn't have been able to see it. There would have been an incomplete job. So this is only a disposal site. 2 of the kids did die here because they were put in the water and they drowned. But this is a disposal site only, not a primary crime scene.
I'd have to say that the making of the film Paradise Lost was a new situation for the court, and I'm sure for all of the lawyers involved. I think I had indicated to the producers earlier that if either the defense or the prosecution had objected, there wouldn't have been any filming in the courtroom. But if I had the decision to do over again as to whether a documentary was made, I probably would not allow it.
Well, Beth, right now the new attorneys, the appellate attorneys for Damien Echols, are conducting a hearing inside this courtroom. They have on the stand a lawyer who represented one of Echols' co-defendants at trial a few years ago. What they're trying to do is establish that the trial lawyers in this case who represented Damien Echols were ineffective, that they were incompetent. The main argument is that they had a conflict of interest because they agreed to cooperate with filmmakers who were making a documentary about the case, an award-winning documentary called Paradise Lost. It was produced by HBO. The argument these attorneys are going to make is that because Damien Echols' trial lawyers made an agreement to cooperate with those filmmakers, and the allegation is that they accepted money from those filmmakers, that created a conflict of interest which made them incompetent and ineffective to assist Damien Echols at trial. We expect that when the prosecutors cross-examine the lawyers who represented Damien Echols, those lawyers will testify that they did not make a deal to take money from the filmmakers, that the agreement was that the filmmakers would provide money for a trust fund for the defendants, that the money did not go to the attorneys, it was not for the attorneys, and it did not create a conflict of interest. That will be the argument the prosecutors are going to draw out to try to make sure this conviction stands up. I think one of the ironies about this motion is that a lot of the lawyers who are involved in it now, Ed Millett, Barry Scheck, Bob Fogelnest, high-profile lawyers, never would have heard of this case, before the documentary came out. Okay? Okay.
Okay.
So they paid everyone equally, apparently.
My interview with him? Yeah, I'll send you I can send you a copy of the piece we did based on the interview.
Man, I'd love to have it.
It's basically, we talked about death row, what it's like to be on death row, etc.
Was his hair still long then?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what it looked like when he was here last. I guess they wanted to clean him up and make him look presentable. He said that wearing a white shirt, yeah, he said wearing a white shirt really gave him a headache, so I know it's just killing him sitting in there in the courtroom. He said white was on the good, the good side. He likes to stay on the dark side.
Thank you so much.
He didn't say that to me.
Thanks, Chad.
We really appreciate you.
Yeah.
4 hours of sleep last night. Okay. Get some sleep.
Yeah, I hope you get at least 5 tonight.
When you were going through the treatment that you were going through
really
that led you to
appreciate
file that suit, how'd you finally get to the point where you did file it, talk to the lawyers, etc.?
Hold on, I missed what that just said here about his. It said something about
Etc. Was his hair still long then? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what it looked like when he was here last. I guess they wanted to clean him up and make him look presentable. He said that wearing a white shirt, yeah, he said wearing a white shirt really gave him a headache, so I know it's just killing him sitting in there in the courtroom. He said white was on the good, the good side. He likes to stay on the
But if I
dark
gotta try to go
side.
forward, then it's gonna go too far
say
forward.
that to me.
While on death row, Damien claimed he was raped repeatedly for over a year. Filed a lawsuit against the prison, alleging
When you were
they
going
did
through the
nothing
treatment
to
that you were
stop.
going through that led you to file that suit, how'd you finally get to the point where you did file it, talk to the lawyers, etc.?
I don't really even know. I mean, it's, one day you wake up and you figure out what's the worst thing they can do to you? Kill you. I mean, I'm sitting here on death row anyway. What else are they going to do to me? You don't have anything to lose when you're in a situation like that.
I went to see Damien yesterday, and for the first time in 4 years, I got to touch him. I got to hug him, and it was hard to believe how much he had grown taller. He was at least a head taller than I was.
Can't believe you had to go all that time without even being able to give him a hug.
He's 20-something years old, but he's still my baby. And that's what it felt like when I put my arms around him. And then he sat down. You could tell he was really nervous because he's been out by himself for so long. He was having a really hard time being around people.
I was allowed to visit with Jason after he was sentenced. And it was the first contact visit we had had in a year. It was thrilling to be able to hug him, but then I had to let him go and to this horrible place for something he didn't do. When I start thinking about what all they go through in prison, my mind, I just can't handle it. I just start freaking out when I try to start imagining what Jason's life must be like or Damien's life must be like.
I heard a lot of stuff that had happened to Damien, but it's really, really hard to deal with. You're in a position where you can't do anything. And if you stop and think about it very much, some of the things that are done to him, I think it could make you lose your mind knowing that something like that's being done to your child.
Because what's happened to them in prison is gonna affect them for the rest of their lives.
When they come home, it'll never be like it ever was, because these boys were just children too. Whenever these little boys were murdered, our boys were just children too.
I never knew what hell could be like until these last 4 years. My whole life has changed. Lost my home, a job. Nothing seems to matter anymore. Kind of like that song. I got a song I dedicated to Jason. It's Nothing Else Matters by Metallica. That's my song to him because really I feel like most of the time nothing else matters to me but getting Jason home. And I just don't know how I do it.
Damien, When our visiting time's over, he always stands up and puts his hand against the glass for me to put mine against his. We're not actually touching, but we are. It's in the heart anyway.
If you could speak to the families of these kids who think you did it, what would you say to them?
If I could talk to the families of the victims right now, I don't know really what I'd say. Just they were led to believe by the police that we done it, so I understand that they hate us, hate me. But I didn't do it, I didn't have anything to do with it. I'm sorry that your kids are dead. I'm sorry about that. Really sorry about all that. Because I don't have a kid, but if it was like my little brother, I'd be real angry at whoever done it. But all I ask is y'all go back and look at the evidence. Just stop and think, and don't let your emotions about it all get to your head, and just stop and think and look back at the evidence and look where the evidence does point, and ask yourself, now who do you think really done it? Because it's a great tragedy that kids was killed, but it's also another great tragedy that American citizens, anybody, today's public, can just be picked up for a crime they didn't commit and be convicted of it without no evidence. That's another tragedy.
True story.
In this particular case, you have the fortune of having what appears to be bite mark evidence right there in the face that was not originally mentioned, documented, or what have you. But these type of bite marks are, there are two kinds. They're the ones.
You're talking about bite marks on the outside of
That's right.
this victim's face,
That's right.
Not superficial.
No.
Bite marks on the inside of the mouth caused by their own teeth.
Not superficial on the inside, caused by their own teeth. There are what appears to be bite marks all over certain parts of these children's bodies.
But did he miss that, or did he? No, I don't remember.
It's not in
seeing
the
it
autopsy report. And the great thing about bite mark evidence is like, it's just as good as a fingerprint, and it's better than DNA, because bite mark evidence indicates a specific person committing a specific behavior. The bite mark indicates that you bit somebody at a certain spot at a certain time. So if we have somebody biting this individual here, a certain person, we have a specific behavior tied to a specific person.
It's interesting watching them grow up.
So that's the best kind of evidence as far as I'm concerned for this
them
type
like
of crime.
evolving and
Whenever you have
maturing.
teeth marks, it's typically, if you were to show this to a emergency room pathologist who'd seen a lot of these, he would arrest the mom, because it's more typically resembling the type that's involved in cases of child abuse.
We have a mother of a victim who is no longer alive.
Right.
Melissa Byers has been dead since March of '96. I don't see any reason why her autopsy should still be being sealed. They claim they're still conducting a criminal investigation, but how long does it take to?
Again, in this particular case, since what you've told me is that the death is undetermined, they can keep it open as long as they want. But the problem is, if they're keeping it open, that means they don't know whether it's a suicide or a homicide, and that means it's undetermined, which means it's an equivocal death. But it's important to this case, and the reason I originally asked you for the materials is because I'd like to know if there's a connection. I'd like to see her wounds. I'd like to see if there's any wounds on her. I'd like to see if there's a connection between this case and that case. And the reality is, I would like also if you get a forensic odontologist in here at any point in time, they can yank her teeth and see if they match any of the bite mark impressions, because we need to at least, if there's nothing wrong, if there's no connection, we need to establish that there's no connection to these deaths.
I've wondered, why it's been almost 2 years and I have called everybody they've told me to call. about getting a death certificate or an autopsy report on my wife, and they won't release it. Newspaper people have called, they won't release it. They won't say it's still pending. What's still pending? If they can't say cause of death wasn't anything but a heart attack, all they have said was a prescription medication that she was taking was found in her bloodstream and a foreign drug. They never would release what the foreign drug was. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what caused her to die. They won't tell me. And I think that just gives people suspicion. The police up there, they didn't care about us. They didn't care about her dying, and they still throwing gas on the fire, because if there ain't nothing to hide, why won't they give me the paperwork that I'm entitled to?
That or bring charges against
And
you,
if they,
one or the other.
they ain't got no charges to bring against me because I didn't do nothing.
I know that. I ain't got a doubt in my mind on that. But that's like you said, that's not the point. 2 years, and they won't release it. They're just holding it open so people can sit out here and draw their own conclusions, and tell it like they want it to go. Because people would rather talk any day of the week about somebody else than to sit and talk about their own problem.
I mean, what do you think it makes me feel like when I hear people say, oh, I believe you killed Christopher. I believe you had something to do with killing Melissa. I can't tell you how it hurts. Man, it tears me apart. And going to a grocery store, go anywhere, I'm subject to walking into a fool and say that. Y'all been with me when people walk up and say, don't I know you? Yeah. Wasn't you the baby killer on TV?
Yeah. Well, I've been in 2 fights myself over it.
What was it?
Because, well, in a bar one night there in Martin Creek, dude come up and said, yeah, sorry, Mark Byers. Hell, them boys didn't kill his kid. He was in on that. He was probably the ringleader on it. Excuse my French, but I stomped his ass right there on the spot.
Well, you know, I've had an ignorant woman. She was a school teacher there in West Memphis. Taught Jesse Miskelly in his GED, his alternative school.
Yeah.
And this woman showed the movie Paradise Lost and talked about how that I was basically guilty for it and that the police and everything framed them three and there wasn't no cult and Jesse Miskelly was a good, loving boy and just such a kind person. Those 3 animals took my baby from me and they took my wife from me. And I self-destructed. And, buddy, I'm telling you about, I got downright mean. The pain they've caused me, it cost me physically and mentally, and all the fights and all that I got into because I went to looking for them, and the bricks that hit me in the head, and the knives that cut these scars on my face, and the jerks that had the privilege of knocking teeth out of my mouth. Well, that's caused them 3 animals that provoked me so to get into a violent rage like I had. And that's what it cost me, a whole set of teeth. But that's all right, because they're going to pay for it. And I can't imagine why people want to say the things they say about me. I mean, what do y'all think? Why in the hell do people want to try to accuse me of being involved in that?
Why you want to accuse those
You've
guys?
always been out front person. You've been a
Well,
leader.
I wasn't no
not a
mean
follower.
individual
Probably.
or, cause.
No, but you could have been. I mean, you
I
could
feel
be
about the
mean when
same.
it's mean. When mean gets mean, you can get mean. You've always been that way.
People just don't know you is the only reason they're talking like they are about you. Because if they knew anything about you, they wouldn't be saying that.
And I can't tell y'all how much I love you, for being closer than a brother, but always being there for me.
I've been there, and I'm going to be there, and I'll be there till
Man,
hell
I know
freezes
you
up.
will.
If you wasn't worthy of it, it wouldn't be there.
You
got
ain't
my
giving
word
me
on
nothing
that.
for nothing, are you?
No, sir.
Ain't nothing for free, is it?
Uh-uh.
But if I paid my dues,
Yes, sir. You
You
sure
damn
have.
right.
You damn right.
and the world needs to know about it, don't they?
They sure do.
I'll do.
They need to know the truth, and that's what we sitting here talking about is the truth.
That's right.
And the devil worshipping son of a bitches are the murderers out there, not the victims.
There it is.
And there's 3
I just-
families that's victims.
And I'd just like to catch those 3. If you ever get within arm's reach of this arm right here, you a paid-for son of a bitch. You got my word on it.
Ooh. Yeah, scary.
But yeah, but the mean he was already provoked by the fucking situation for sure, but
Yeah.
someone else is wrong.
Sounds like he's got a bit of a temper.
Why is it so important for you to be here, for your son to see you in the courtroom?
There's no reason for them to be here. They were falsely accused. The West Memphis Police Department did a botched job just to get these boys arrested. Somebody had to be arrested. It's ridiculous.
Do you feel like the HBO film affected this case?
I think it helped a lot.
You think it helped?
Yes, I do.
It helped your son?
Yes, I think so.
Why is that?
I just think that it shows enough of both sides to where you can kind of see a personal side of Damien.
Do you feel like that his attorneys, that his former attorney did not do an adequate job?
Well, from what I'm seeing, it looks like he didn't.
What is the personal side of Damien? You know him better than anyone.
He's very much like myself. He usually keeps to himself and he doesn't really ever bother anyone. We're both very private.
So what do you hope happens in this episode?
I hope everyone can see this for the joke that it really is.
Worse than a bad day.
5 seconds. 3:30, Tim. 3:30. 2 seconds.
Daniel Stidham. He defended one of the 3 individuals convicted in this case, Jesse Miskelly.
Thank you for being with us. All right, Damien Eccles.
He received money which was supposed to aid in his defense. How does this
harm his trial, his right to a fair trial?
In my opinion, Greg, it didn't. I personally don't subscribe to that point of view.
Interesting. Let me turn now to Ray Brown.
He was a veteran criminal defense attorney and our colleague here at Core TV. Is there a conflict of interest here, Mr. Stidham, who was involved in it?
He himself doesn't think so. Let's get to the real question, Greg, which is
that because this country is in many areas so strongly in favor of death penalty, that we underfund the defense.
I think Mr. Stidham can tell you that he earned something like $19 an hour for his representation of his client. The lawyers for Eccles got a little bit more.
But nowhere near the money needed, and a $1,000 limit on money for experts in a case that is fairly saturated with scientific proof. So this is the kind of case in which we have to look at the question of whether the defendants were given a war chest, because it's really the argument of the defense here that, in fact, the lawyers for Eccles were forced to make some kind of an agreement that involved letting their clients' conversations be overheard because they didn't have the resources to fight the case.
Not something to be lightly tossed away or endangered. Daniel Stidham.
If you had had a lot of money, what would you have done with it?
Well, we would do some of the things that we're doing right now with regard to the forensic evidence.
All right, Dan Stidham, anybody who defends somebody in a capital death penalty case, I take my hat off to you. You're deserving of many thanks for that, regardless of the circumstances, guilt, or innocence. And thank you for being with us. We appreciate it.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That they were
How can
without
the medical examiner, when he conducts an autopsy, how can he miss a bite mark on the victim's face?
The reality is, with any kind of physical evidence, with any kind of physical imprint of evidence like that, or or pattern injuries like that, you have to really be trained to look for them. If you're not looking for it, you're not going to find it. And in this particular case, you have a preponderance of bite mark evidence that seems very good, and you're likely to get a very good result off of. Bite mark evidence is the kind of evidence that got Bundy, and that's the kind of evidence that's going to get the individual who's responsible for these crimes. We really have to be careful to protect the information that we have in that report and not disseminate it to individuals who are potentially going to release it. Because in my experience, in cases that I've worked on, when there's an offender who finds out there's bite mark evidence that's potentially going to be used against them, even in prison, they're going to be making a visit to the prison dentist, and they're going to have those teeth removed because they do not want that evidence linked back to them. They know that bite mark evidence is just as good as a fingerprint in a court of law.
Now, Mark, are you married?
No, sir, I'm widowed. My wife passed away March 29th of 96.
I'm sorry to hear that. March 29th of 96. Where was this at?
In Cherokee.
Yeah, how do they miss
fucking
those
medical
bite marks?
examiners? Seriously, you think they would examine the entire bodies and document everything?
Those were right up on the face. Like, it's not
On
even
the
like they were
face.
hidden somewhere. They were in the.
Do you have any feelings
plain
about it? I
sight.
mean,
Yes, sir.
what are that, if you want to reveal it to me?
My wife had given up her will to live after our baby was murdered, and she just didn't want to live anymore, and she got into an addiction, and I think the addiction helped
Drugs?
kill her. Yes, sir.
What type?
Delata.
Have you had any other problems with the police?
Not major, no, sir.
You've had problems? Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Oh, well, speeding tickets. I got a DWI one time after my wife was murdered.
Murdered now, you're saying
Nothing
murdered?
really major, no.
No robbery, no
Oh,
stealing?
no, no felonies or anything like that.
Okay. From what I see, what you're telling me is you are not a hateful, mean person. You're not the kind of person who goes around causing distress to people. You don't steal. You don't go out of your way to harm people.
No, sir.
Or anything like this.
pretty
And you
much.
said there was maybe one time ever
Thank you for
that you
explaining
had
that, 'cause I know you
hurt
work
someone in
in
a
the-
fight or
in
something.
the courts as well.
Oh, I'm sure.
So,
In
that's
football
fucked up.
games, I hurt
Well,
people,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, but
Everything was shut
you know,
down.
football's one thing, but did you go out there meaning to hurt somebody?
Oh, no, I went out there for the sport of the game, you know. And
You know, if you do something, I think that kind of comes with the territory.
if you
doesn't
get
it?
hurt, it comes with it. Now, if someone intentionally low blocks you or trips you to injure you, that's one thing.
Did you ever do that?
No, sir. I played tight end. I caught the ball and ran.
Did you ever want to hurt somebody?
Yes, sir. There's 3 people right now I'd like to hurt.
With the exception of those 3 people.
No, sir.
There were a number of people that looked like good suspects initially, like a phone call would come in and you would start checking on it and it was like, hey, we may have something here. And then you'd find out, well, no, there's no way this person could have done it. So, I mean, it was like I think at the time I referred to it as an emotional roller coaster. You just had ups and downs, and that just wears you out. I know for a period of time, a couple of weeks into the case, maybe 2 to 3 weeks into the case, at that point I was personally feeling like Damien was responsible for this. And I got to the point where I could see him at the doorway of my bedroom. I'm sure a lot of that had to do with just being exhausted physically, mentally, and no sleep. But just really even becoming a little paranoid and terrified myself.
I think Gary Gitchell has an overactive imagination. I believe deep in his heart that he knows that we did not commit those murders, but now it's too late for him to come forward and say that, to say he made a mistake at this point in time. I mean, it's just something he can't do now. So I think he's kind of been playing this part for so long that now he probably believes this part he's been playing himself. He's fooled himself into thinking it's true.
Oh yeah, he's justified it so he can sleep at night.
Yep.
Okay, here's the question. Bill says, what did you think of Paradise Lost? And your haircut then?
That haircut was actually given to me about 5 minutes before the hearing by a woman in the back room with a pair of plastic scissors. I was not to blame for that haircut. As for the movie itself, it was very emotional for me. I think I went through the entire range of emotions while I was watching it. I think it made me a little homesick.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it weird to see Jason again?
Yeah. He didn't even look like I remembered. I guess because so many years have gone by that I had begun to forget what he looked like until I saw him on there. And, I mean, when I was looking at that, we were both children. We were still kids. The entire way that I carried myself back then, my entire demeanor back then, as compared to now, I think I've changed a very great deal.
Did you feel roped into doing Paradise Lost, forced into it, or did you pretty much
No,
trust these guys?
I wanted to do it. You know, at the time we needed some kind of positive publicity, or at least some way, some kind of forum to express what I wanted to say to kind of combat just what the prosecution was releasing to the media. Some kind of objective thing where I could actually express something. But I also did it because I just thought it would be fun.
So you trusted the filmmakers pretty much to do a fair portrayal of what was going on?
Yeah, I trusted them, but at the same time, even if I didn't, what did I have to lose?
this is true.
Good point.
What'd you think of Byers?
I think Byers is probably the fakest creature to ever walk on two legs. I don't think there's a true thing about him. He puts on all these false faces. He'll act one way whenever they have cameras on him, and another way when he's by himself. He has about 30 different faces.
So seeing him in the movie didn't change how, any of your opinions about him then?
Well, I think it reinforced the opinions that I have about him. I still believe with all my heart that he is the person who killed those 3 children. And I have no sympathy for Byers. I'm sitting here on death row for a crime that he committed. That in itself is enough to make me have no sympathy for him, but then also the fact that he killed 3 little kids.
Do you think Melissa had anything to do with it?
I don't think she actually participated in the act of killing them, but I think she participated in covering it up. I firmly believe that she knew, and I think that's why she's dead now.
If you could give Byers a message, what would it be?
I wouldn't say anything to Mark Byers. Mark Byers is beneath me. He doesn't even deserve my contempt.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like he could have worded it in a way that was more open. I believe, or I think, rather than he did anything, because that's kind of what he's doing too. I mean, it does look pretty fishy towards him, and if Damien knows he didn't do it, and this guy, there's this weird stuff, I can see how, he could be like, well, if I didn't do it, who did? And this guy seems pretty guilty. But he should have been more careful, I think, and worded it differently.
I agree with that.
Graphic content warning, look away if you have sensitive eyeballs.
You butchered my babies out here? I swore I'd stand at your grave and cuss it. Well, I'm doing it a little bit early. I'm gonna bury you 3 bastards right here and send you to hell.
He's so over the top with everything.
He really is. Theatrical.
Yeah.
This crime scene tape, I come off what they stretched in front of me when they found my babies out here. Wouldn't let me by. I thought it was just fitting to bring it back to your memorial fund. Jesse, you got your flyers. That's your head marker, you animal. Damien. Jason, there's yours. You want to worship the devil? See him. I'm going to give you a farewell party.
Let's burn the woods down. That sounds good.
Now we're going to have some fun.
I don't think you can just start a fire right there, but okay.
I'm going to try to help send you on your way.
And the fucking HBO people filming this
You
are
done
like,
got all
oh
my
fucking
blessings,
shit,
you
what
aren't
the
none."
fuck?
Oh, they love this guy. It's like filmed old.
Yeah. But like, we're lighting fire in the forest. Oh jeez.
What do you think? You ready to die? Fire for fire. Death for death. Live through this fire, you animal. Well, it ain't hot enough for you? This is the ditch that you killed him in. Do you remember?
Right? That seems more ritualistic than anything I've seen so far.
Yeah.
You want to eat my baby's testicles? Burn, you son of a bitch, burn! Burn, go to hell, burn! Can you remember screaming
Again, that's a
and
really
hearing
big
them
fire
holler.
just to be lighting on Elizabeth.
Stomp on your grave. A stomp on your grave. A stomp on your grave. Burn and go to hell. Burn like you deserve to burn.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty ritualistic, like effigies, you know? And they're,
I mean, that's the definition of a ritual right there.
yeah, he's like, fuck you so much.
Looking at young people involved in the occult, do you see any particular type of dress?
I have personally observed people wearing black fingernails, having their hair painted black, wearing black t-shirts.
This is the expert.
Sometimes they will tattoo themselves.
Yeah.
Look at history. Look at hundreds of years of religious history. There have been hundreds of people killed in the name of religion. It is a motivating force. It gives people who want to do evil, want to commit murders, a reason to do what they're doing.
West Memphis is pretty much like second Salem right now. Because everything that happens there, every crime, no matter what it is, it's blamed on Satanism.
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the trial. They
Those
said
cases
some
attract a lot of
expert who's
young
not
people
actually an
that
expert to
relate
just
to
go give his
Damien.
opinions.
Yep. And it scared the hell out of them. So that's why they want to be there. And yet, you got to tell them if they dress in black, man, that's not going to help Damien at all. Because it's just going to look like Damien has a cult following.
We dressed in suits, and they still thought we were in a cult. So, I mean, if we get people at the hearing that insist on dressing in all their goth glory, then it's just going to confirm everything that they think, that they're still a cult, that, you know, Damien's still controlling the cult from prison. I mean, people are telling me that stuff. I mean, reporters.
Well, I was asked by a reporter if I was a member
Amateur.
of Damien's cult.
Me too.
And I'm standing there wearing a suit. I thought I was dressed like a guy, like a normal person, you know. But I think what we were trying to do is we don't want to give them any fuel for that.
I think they're sort of afraid if they dress conservative, they're going to be on the other side, the enemy side. Like they have to dress like Damien or something if they want to be on his side.
Right.
I don't know what that is.
Well, look how he dresses now in court. You know, he wears all white in prison.
Yeah.
And when he goes to court, he's wearing, you know, like nice clothes. I mean, he's grown up a lot.
Yeah, a lot of people only know Damien from the movie, so they see these little bits of Damien in the movie, and that's what they think they're reacting to, but they don't realize that's like 5 years ago.
I want to remind you this is a fundraiser, so I want you to give from your heart because these young men are kind of counting on us. And just for the record, anyone, if you know someone that hasn't been able to make it here today or for whatever reason left early, if you'll remind them, this cauldron's going to be available for the next couple weeks to continue to add to. So
I'm putting money in here because I want Damien to be able to go to college outside of prison.
Hey,
I want him to go to a real school.
Really soon. And remember, too, that he had the courage to say he was Wiccan in adversity when he knew that it would cost him a lot.
All of us who are here because we enjoy knowing that there is religious freedom, hopefully somewhere, that we all respect each other for our beliefs, for our loves, for everything that we have. They wrote it off as something, well, we don't understand that. It's got to be the work of the devil. Well, you know, Wiccans don't believe in the devil, okay? The devil is a Christian deity. They use the devil, or they believe that the devil is something that causes them to do evil things. And in the Wiccan Rite, in the Wiccan tradition, those folks believe that you are 100% responsible for your actions. And they believe in the law of three. Whatever you do comes back on you threefold. If you put out good energy, that's coming back to you threefold. If you put out negative energy and dark energy, that's coming back on you threefold. That is what the Wiccan means.
I know that as a Wiccan, that every religion is important to me, and if I felt like even Christians, that they weren't having their right to be, you know, they couldn't practice in their way, I would defend that. It's not about just me being Wiccan. This is about how did this affect 3 little boys whose murderers I personally believe went unfounded, and there's 3 young men who are in jail, and one of them's there, and he's on death row just because he said, I'm Wiccan.
Could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what some principles?
Real quick, I want to mention that they said that he had come out and said that he was Wiccan, and he didn't.
I thought the same thing.
He didn't. He said that he has learned about the Wicca religion.
He read about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But he didn't necessarily claim to be Wiccan. So I thought that was interesting. It's like, you guys, are you sure? Because that's not exactly...
Yeah, they're making up their own story as well.
Oh my goodness gracious, Sky Magnet
what?
is
Hi, Sky
rating
Magnet.
with 29 viewers.
What?
What's up? Hello,
Hi, everyone.
Justin. My very dear friend, Justin, Sky Magnet here, is coming in with an awesome raid. What's up, guys? How's it going? So I know you just started streaming. Tell me, what were you doing? Were you just doing solo music tonight? Were you gaming? What were you doing?
Yeah.
Just for everybody in my chat right now, Mr. Sky Magnet is Justin from the Risky Biscuit Band. So if you guys ever checked out Risky Biscuit Band, that is my darling friend here, bringing in Trex and Lube and J-Tide. What's up, guys? And Sassy.
Yeah, hi, everyone.
What's up?
Hello.
Well, I'm happy to have you guys. If you are new here, we are Inspired by Mystery Podcast, and my name's
True.
Sammy. This is Dusty. And tonight we are actually covering the true crime case of the West Memphis 3, which was a satanic panic fueled conviction back in the 90s. These dudes that were just some metalheads were convicted of the murder of 3 young boys, and they were in fact innocent and spent 18 years in prison, and thankfully were released and are still trying to fight to this day for the DNA evidence to be confirmed, to exonerate them, and to actually find the real killer. So we're covering the story here. This is the second week. It's a 3-part documentary, and last week we did the part 1, and now we're doing part 2, which is while they have been in prison for about 5 years, and kind of covering the evolution of the trial. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're doing a little true crime thing. It is a pretty dark story, so glad you guys are here. But just so you know, graphic content warning. So it's some pretty dark stuff here, but I think it's really important. Personally, I think it's really important to share what it is that these 3 young metalhead teenagers went through, and how their lives were stolen from them just for being different. And they were just looked creepy, and everybody just kind of jumped on it. So it's really sad, and I just want to kind of share that knowledge with everybody. So, and you came in right when we were pausing, and we were discussing it actually.
Yeah,
so
we
that
were
was a
just
perfect
paused.
time.
Yeah, so that was great. That was perfect. And thank you for all those new follows, everyone.
Yes,
We
thank
really
you
appreciate
guys.
that.
We're happy to have you guys.
Appreciate it. So normally we do weird news on Mondays.
Which is so much fun. It's
Yeah.
extremely sarcastic chat. We cover all the weirdest, most ridiculous news that's happening out there in the
Definitely.
world. Talk shit about it. It's great.
Yeah, weird news and open chat with everybody. And then on Wednesdays we do deep dives into a specific topic, or Sammy might be interviewing somebody, just depending on who's lined up and what topics we got. So last week, this week, and next week we're doing the West Memphis 3, and on Wednesdays. So
I've actually had Justin on the show. I've interviewed him 3 times. I think I've had you on, and I had Logan on too. We actually have a YouTube, and I don't think we were doing the YouTube at the time when I had Justin on previously.
I think so. He should be in there at some point though, because we started doing it pretty early on. So he should be on there.
Yeah,
and I think Logan's in there.
But we have a lot of really interesting content on the YouTube. A lot of back episodes. We cover a lot of spooky type of stuff, ghosty type of stories, talk about aliens and cryptids and stuff, but we also talk about space weather and astronomy and a lot of science-y kind of stuff as well. So even though we definitely are interested in the metaphysical world, we're also really care about physical science as well. So kind of have that balance here. So, and we know that we don't know anything for sure, so we don't say anything with ultimate confidence, because everything is all perception. So, yeah, I'm really happy to have you guys come in. That's awesome. Thank you for joining us today, for sure.
Totally. Yeah, thanks for popping in, Justin. We appreciate that.
Yeah, what did you do tonight? Did you do some super rockin' jams tonight?
Yeah.
Justin?
I don't think I even knew that you were doing your own stream.
Actually, I just saw
think
on
I
the
knew that.
Discord like yesterday or whatever mentioned something about how he was streaming. So I don't know, how long have you been doing your own little streams for?
Yeah.
Is it just you and a guitar and keyboard and you're just rocking out, or what are you doing? Are you just talking? Because I know you talked for a long time about doing a show where you could talk about your, social and political views and all of that stuff. So I'm curious what it is that you're doing these days. Justin had his friend Adam from Stokeswood over tonight. That's awesome.
Oh, nice.
I love
That's super cool.
Adam.
Yeah.
Adam is a really nice dude. So that's really cool.
Nice.
I think it's the stepdad that killed. I know.
Yeah.
J-Tide.
We're
Yes.
on the same page.
And it's interesting because on part 2 here, between part 1 and part 2, like Mark Byers, there's two stepdads, and that he is like so over the top, and it seems completely like he was the one that did it.
Yeah.
But as the story progresses, they kind of eliminated him, and it appears that it was one of the other stepdads who was barely even in the documentary, and who was
Yeah.
kind of just like,
was-
and it seems like it was him ultimately, which is so fucked up, and whoever it is, whether it was either the stepdads or whether it was somebody random, like to just sit there and watch this entire trial happening
Yeah.
and
Super
know
quietly.
that you did it and these guys are in prison for it, like that's the most fucked up
Yeah.
shit ever.
And
I
death
can't
row.
imagine just sitting there. Death row,
And
like
then
one of
Damien
these young
spending
kids.
10 years in solitary.
Solitary, dude.
It's rough.
Yep. Yeah, it's a crazy story. It's a really crazy story, and I'm very interested in true crime, just in general. I find it really fascinating seeing like the human condition and how humans act towards each other. There's such a spectrum of the way that people treat each other in this world. Some people really operate out of kindness and compassion and love. Some people are just kind of neutral and just kind of selfish, and then some people are absolutely fucked up and, for lack of a better term, just evil.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think I enjoy seeing the super dark side of the spectrum as well, just to be like aware that exists, and also to appreciate who it is that I am and the people that I have in my life, knowing that I found some good people in this crazy fucking world. Yeah, Terry. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Good old Terry.
Fucking Terry.
Yep.
You know. But it's crazy because since you know this whole story and have watched these, like, how guilty does Mark Byers seem the entire time? He seems so just covering up, like so just over the top, that it seems like, man, you're just like trying to rally people up and get people riled or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, he's hard to take serious even when he's being serious or talking about his kid that died and like mourning his child. It's so over the top that I have a lot of trouble taking him seriously. Like, it's hard for me not to just laugh. I try not to, because he's been through a lot, for sure. But it's just so over the top, and
it's
it
so
just seems
much.
like he's acting so hardcore.
It does. It seems like he like practiced monologues beforehand, and he's just like reading these monologues. But I think that's just the way he talks.
Yeah, it seems like that's just who he is.
It's so interesting,
It's weird.
and it being kind of proven that it wasn't him that did it. It gives you a much different perspective watching all of this, which is why I was wondering before, like when we first started showing all this last week, I was like, do I spoiler alert it and kind of be like, okay, check it out, he's being ridiculous, but he didn't do it? Or do I just let it work out? But I think the act of knowing that it wasn't him the whole time, it's interesting watching it like this, where you're like, wow, okay, so it wasn't him, but it really kind of feels like it is him. Why is he making it seem like it's him, dude?
And still, even knowing that, watching it, I'm like, how is it not him? Like,
Yeah, I know.
Why is
I
he
know,
doing that?
J-Tide, same thing. Through the whole second movie, you're like, this fucker did it.
That was the guy. Yeah.
And, in the first one, it was like him just talking shit about the three. And then in this documentary, the second one, it's interesting because they're like, well, maybe it was you, So they start like pointing that suspicion where they're like, hold on, maybe it was you. And then come the third one, he's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I, wanted to murder you, but it wasn't you.
Yeah.
So at least he was able to own it and apologize. That was really, impressive. A lot of people have a hard
Surprising.
time doing that, you know?
Yeah.
They just say something and they stick with it and they roll with it and they're like, well, this is just what it is. And they don't want to admit that they were wrong. That's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
And he did it, so.
Especially to the entire country like this.
Yeah.
The whole world.
Yep. Oh, thank you for subscribing,
Oh,
JT.
sweet.
That's awesome. Thank
Thank
you.
you for
I'm
that.
really happy that you're here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Always happy to make new friends.
That's awesome. Yeah, I hope you come around more often for sure.
Totally.
So yeah, it's a definitely a crazy story, and it's cool that you are very familiar with it and popped in on our stream tonight. So that's awesome. But yeah.
Yeah, most people that we've been talking to have...
Oh, and the bits.
Oh,
Thank
thanks.
you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll take it. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, most people we've talked to have said that they have heard about it and they, remembered seeing something about it on the news in the past, or, after Damien's book on magic came out, kind of heard about it and did a little bit of background on it, but most people don't know the whole case, which is why we wanted to show this, because it's very illuminating. And the way that these 3 episodes go through the very beginning all the way up to the Alfred plea, and up to, 2011 is how late it goes?
Mhm.
Yeah. So seeing that entire process is very eye-opening. And it just makes you wonder about how many other people are getting, imprisoned or death row for shit that they didn't do. Like,
Just because they wanted to have somebody to be like, look, the system works. We locked somebody up.
Yep, just to tie up loose ends.
It's so rude.
And then all the steps that a state will go through to protect themselves against having to apologize for wrongly imprisoning someone. Like, it gets shady with that, too.
Yeah, because they could get sued.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the specific Alfred plea, they could have come back later and said, fuck you guys. You guys fucked this entire thing up, and we were in prison for all this time, and you are responsible for compensating us. I mean, you can't get those years back, but monetary compensation, and the court was shady but smart enough to say, okay, well, we're going to give you this option out.
Yeah.
And with this option, you cannot hold us responsible whatsoever. But this is your only way to be set free. So take it or not. And Jason Baldwin didn't want to do it at first. He did not want to do it. I mean, he wasn't on death row. He was life imprisonment, but it was Damien who was on death row. And that was what kind of changed his mind about taking it. Because he was like, no, I'm not going to essentially admit fault. Even though you're maintaining your innocence, you're still saying, okay, you have enough evidence to convict us, so sure, we're guilty, but we're actually innocent, and we can't sue you. And he was like, I don't want to do that. I know that I'm innocent, and I don't want to in any way allude to that I'm admitting guilt at all.
Yeah.
But Damien was like, yo, I'm, like, on death row, bro.
Yeah.
Like, if this is the only chance for us to get out, like, let's get the fuck out. And Jason was like, okay, all right, if this is it. I mean, they were in their 30s when they got out.
Yeah.
So
ridiculous.
you missed that whole entire first part of your life. And if they would have kept fighting, they could still be in there today.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's a terrible... It's bullshit. Yeah.
It's bullshit.
The proper word for that.
It is. But shit, it's better than nothing. Because like I said, they would still be in there if it wasn't for that option being presented. So if it was me in that position, even though it's bullshit and it sucks, like, I absolutely would have taken it. I would have done anything for my freedom. Anything.
Yeah.
Anything. Pretty much.
Totally.
Of reasonable value, I would say. Not anything, but yeah, I would opt for freedom over mostly anything
for sure.
else.
Most people would, for sure.
But they're still fighting, and that kind of shows too their innocence, because if they were in fact guilty, then they would have got out and been like, okay, fuck this, and just kind of moved along. But instead of that, like, however many years later, 11 years later, Damien is like, no, we now have DNA evidence. Like, look at the DNA. Actually, I wonder, J-Tide, if you heard that more recently, I think it was in June or July, Damien petitioned the courts and said, I want you to find this evidence that they had previously said was burned in a fire that was not burned in a fire, by the way. They're like, okay, you said it's burned in a fire. It's not. Here's the evidence. Use the technological advancement that we have with the DNA testing and figure it out. Find the fucking killer.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, the law says that if you're not incarcerated currently right now, then you can't tell us to do DNA testing, essentially. So if you want, hit your lawmakers up and
can't.
change the fucking law. And if the law says that we need to do it, then we'll do it.
Yeah, you can't call for an appeal if you're not incarcerated on it. It's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yep. That's so fucked. That's just like the most fucked thing. Like, yeah, it's new shit. Like it's still actively
going.
being pushed forward right now. Damien is fighting. The other guys have just kind of like, they're like, we're just gonna live our lives, man. Like whatever, we're out. Fuck it. They tried, you know. They were like, please find the killer, and they're like, we're not gonna. And they're like, whatever. I guess we're just gonna keep moving along. But Damien is not letting it rest. Like he can't, especially because he got it worse than everybody else did. You know, he was this cult leader, satanic cult leader who was sentenced to death. You know, he's like, fuck this. This is a huge atrocity, and we're not doing it. Like I will fight as long as possible, and especially the fact that there is potentially still a killer alive right now. Who knows? It was a long time ago, but like the potential that there is somebody who murdered these children out there.
Yeah.
And does that mean he's continuously, or she, whatever, they are out there murdering children still? Like, it's just so fucked up. The whole thing is just such an atrocity in the system. It's so sad.
Yeah, it really is.
So yeah, we're really interested in this case just in general, but also because of the whole, like, moving forward and him trying to bring it to a close or just have more understanding. We're like, we're gonna show this. We're gonna bring awareness back to this case again, you know, because a lot of people, I'm sure, just let it go, dude. But how can you just let something like that go when they stole your life, you know? Oh yeah, dude, how he met his wife and they've stayed through it this whole time. It's such an interesting thing that she started writing him while he was in prison. And they wrote back and forth forever and then ended up getting married, and she helped him through all of this, and they're still together after all this time. Like what a unique love story. Like she said that she had seen the first documentary and like felt like he was innocent and felt like he was probably really lonely and sad and just wanted to kind of, you know, chit chat with him, and then look where that happened. Like now they're fucking married. Oh, you're falling asleep?
Oh, okay, Rabbit.
Oh, okay. We love you. We love you, Redis Rabbit.
For sure.
Are you sure you don't want to make it through the rest of this documentary? Because we can we can start it again if you're ready. But it's okay if you got to go. You can always check it out later. A group of us attorneys across the country filed friend of the court briefs in 2003. What does that mean? So you're an attorney. Very interesting.
Us attorneys or U.S. attorneys?
Oh.
Filed.
That's a good
friend
question.
of the court.
I was like, oh, you're an attorney.
Even,
Shit, but if it's U.S., then that makes
I don't even know what friend of the court.
Yeah, what is the friend of the court? Let me know about that. I'll stay lurking and catch up on the VOD tomorrow. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
That's
I just
awesome.
looked. It looks like we've got like 40-ish minutes left or so.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Do whatever you you need to do. If you need to go relax or do your thing, lurk away or check it out, whatever you want. I love having you here. I love you so much, and I'm so glad that you're here. And we'll miss having you in the chat right now. Okay, Curvy says Alfred West pleas aren't meant to get someone to plead to a charge they had no involvement with. It's more used for a plea bargaining when the person was actually involved.
Should be. But everything everything gets corrupted somewhere along the way. Hi, Princess.
Hi, Princess.
Hello.
We're so happy you're here. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Hooray. Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, they just kind of chucked that at them, Krista.
Yeah.
That's super interesting.
And they did it so that legally they couldn't get sued, and the state didn't have to bring it back up in court. Like,
so fucked up.
And the prosecutors didn't get in trouble, the judge didn't get in trouble, and it could have been a whole big thing. So they did it to protect the state.
Yeah. Well, shoot. Let's start the thing again. And by the way, anybody that's in here, if there's something that you want to pause on and you want to discuss, just type exclamation pause into the chat, and we'll pause it, and then we can discuss that specific thing. It's a form of judicial review as officers of the court. Interesting.
Okay.
Okay. So there's people
That's
being like,
suitable.
hey, like, what are we doing? We are, like, requesting revisiting these things. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that. Ah, sweet. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're going to start it again. So everybody get cozy, and feel free to exclamation pause in the chat if you want to discuss anything specifically with us.
Yeah. Okay.
About the Wicca religion.
It acknowledges a goddess in a higher regard as a god, because people have always said we are all God's children, and men cannot have children. It's basically like a close involvement with nature.
Okay, here's the question. Well, I was wondering what made you go change your religion back to Catholic.
I haven't changed my religion to anything. At this point in time, I don't really make any distinctions between religions anymore.
And they say that a lot of people in prison find God.
Well, I never knew God was lost. And I don't like to put a label over myself anymore.
Did you ever?
Well, at one time I didn't
Yes,
really
it should have been
mind,
dismissed in the first trial.
because I thought maybe there
Absolutely
was
fucking
some
right.
sort of distinction between religions, but then I realized that there's not. I think all religions basically teach...
Your time limit is about to be exceeded. Your call will be terminated in 30 seconds.
I think all religions basically teach the same message. And I think it's the people who create all these dogmas and strict rules and try to enforce this belief that if you don't believe the way they do, then you're going to suffer.
Have you forgotten this face?
Oh, here we go, Mark Byers.
I hope
The return
not.
of Mark Byers.
Because it's going to come visit you when you die and look up from hell. It'll be just like Lazarus and the rich man. Lazarus in Abraham's bosom, the rich man looks up from hell. What's he do? Beg for a drop of water. None was given. You'll beg, because my baby shall put his foot across your neck. How do I know that? Little easy song, the Bible tells me so. And there's so much in here that's in store for you. If you don't have one, rush out to your nearest bookstore and get one, you lowlife. Have the Gideons mail you one. Read it, live it, believe it. It is your destiny. Hell awaits you.
Goddamn. And it says thou shalt not judge in there. Isn't that like one of the commandments? And he's just judging these guys?
Tell them what it is.
We got everybody in here?
Who am I telling?
Jesus Christ.
And when?
We have most of the people here.
Well, this... Should I just start talking?
Go ahead.
Okay, this is a collection of postcards that we've received from people from all over the world in support of this cause. They've all written "Free the West Memphis 3" all over these postcards.
The goal was actually to deliver this to the governor, show the governor the support that these three have. It's kind of working as a petition more than it is anything else. But it's a way for people to express their concerns about this.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You're watching KATV Channel 7, the spirit of Arkansas. This is Channel 7 News at 6.
Did defense attorneys sabotage Damian Eccles' case by sitting on potentially explosive evidence? His new attorneys think so.
Edward Millett says the men who represented Eccles in his first trial not only botched the case by selling the story to HBO, but they failed to investigate obvious leads.
Millett also claims that he has new evidence of a human bite mark on one of the victims. Judge David Burnett granted his motion to get bite mark impressions from Damian's two co-defendants. Under cross-examination...
Yes. J-Tide, absolutely. Once you figure out he was innocent, you go from hating him to loving him. In some weird way, it's true. because you fucking hate him so bad. And then when you follow this whole thing through, you're like, wow. He's just a kook. He's kooky as fuck, but then you can really be like, wow, he was really like genuine in the emotions that he was feeling, even though it was like ridiculous how he was portraying it. Yeah, you definitely have a little more compassion, and I find a little more humor, I guess, I mean, not like ha-ha humor, but entertainment value in his reactions, I guess, is the way to say that. And yep, it was a spark that lit the satanic panic, for sure. Yep, that's exactly what it was, is look at these freaks. They obviously did it, these freaks, and it was terrifying for other people in other states and regions that were different, thinking that this just as easily could happen to them. And I'm sure it's not the first, only time that it ever happened. And still in some of these backwoods ass fucking Bible Belt places, I'm sure it still happens to this day. People being accused of things that they did not do just because they stick out in their different sex. Oh, so you're in Georgia. I used to live in Atlanta. Actually, me and Justin were roommates for quite some time. That's cool. All right, and if they were not poor, this would never happen. It's a fucking true fact.
True statement there.
And that the defense was limited in the funding and what they could actually use as resources. And if they had a lot more money, they could have had better defense, for sure. Fucking A. Oh, so you are in Atlanta. That's awesome.
Oh, nice.
That's super cool. Yeah, I lived in Roswell and Ball Ground for a moment. And me and Justin lived in Sandy Springs. And we lived in East Atlanta and in Tucker. Which is... I hate the word Tucker because it sounds so country. Tucker. So I was like, it's near the Decatur line. Can we just like say Decatur? Can we just say Decatur? So I'd be like, we're in Decatur. And he's like, whatever, it's Tucker. And I'm like, fuck your ass, Decatur almost. It sounds less. Oh, North Druid. Cool. Cool. I wonder what the court is like there. I'm a courtroom clerk here in California, mostly in criminal court, though I'm a trained clerk in almost all areas of law. Must be so interesting, Krista. Your job must be so interesting. I mean, it's probably really heavy shit, but it's probably very intriguing to witness a lot of the stuff. So it's cool. We got 2 people in law here for this this episode. It's perfect.
So that's cool.
Yeah, that works out pretty good. Okay, unpause. Boop.
Examination, Val Price, Eccles' previous attorney, testified that he did his best to represent Eccles. But Brent Turvey, a forensic scientist, disagrees. He says Price sat on critical evidence, namely bite marks he's found on the victims' bodies.
That kind of stuff is like absolute proof of who did this. I mean, if they can get bite impressions, it's like a fingerprint. It's done. Yeah, they can identify who it is, seriously. Period.
Or we at least exclude these 3 boys.
Yeah.
That we have no question that they're innocent. So that's one way of trying to prove that.
The 3 they got are the 3 that did it. You are entitled to your opinion, but to spread your propaganda that you believe they are innocent, I think is crap.
Bite marks aren't propaganda. That's solid 100% evidence.
It hasn't been proven they're bite marks yet, though.
It has been. And you're very convinced 100% they're guilty, right? And you're 100% convinced of your own innocence. So why don't you give your bite impressions to the defense?
Do you think that I'm guilty, that I had something to do with murdering my son?
You're not saying anything about that.
I don't know if you had anything to do with it. I want to know that you didn't, and that would be by giving your
rule yourself
bite
out
impression.
for it.
I've already been exonerated. What else do I have to do?
The public's been kind of suspicious of you.
What happened to Melissa?
I believe she died from a broken heart.
But you were there, so you saw something,
I was asleep beside her and woke up and found her passed away beside me. There were no bruises, abrasions, anything like that of any foul play whatsoever. I've been totally exonerated. All charges or suspicion of anything dropped.
Well, I do know there was a toxicology report, and they talked about actually quite a lot of drugs that were in her system.
A lot of prescription drugs that she was taking. Sure did.
Well, also some prescription drugs she wasn't taking.
She took like 7 or 8 different types of medication for being bipolar, manic depressive, post-traumatic syndrome. And as far as the other medication, I'm as puzzled about it as anyone.
I read in the newspaper, it was actually Arkansas Times.
Yes.
Mara Levert said that there were signs she was suffocated.
There were no signs of suffocation or struggle. She was laying right there on the bed when the paramedics and all came in.
If someone published something in the newspaper about me that was suspicious like that pointed the finger at me and said I was this and said I was that, I'd want to prove to somebody that I had nothing to do
Tell
with
me
it.
what I have not done to prove that I have not been involved in any of it. I have no problem with a polygraph, sodium pentothal, being hypnotized, bite marks, or anything else which I've submitted to every test they have asked, every question they have asked, because I know my innocence.
But did they take your bite mark impressions?
I mean, if you're not convinced.
So fucking gross, dude. It's so fucking
my
gross.
teeth. Everybody's like, wow.
You know, how could you give your bite impressions if you don't have your teeth? Maybe that's why you're not so reluctant to do it.
What if I told you that the teeth that I had before they were pulled, that the teeth that I had during it, I know the oral surgeons and all that did the work, and I would be glad to sign a release for them to send my x-rays.
Will you do that?
If need be. Like I said, I've cooperated with the police.
And send it to Dan Still.
I won't do a damn thing for you.
Do it for Dan Still.
Do it for your kid.
Just do it to prove us wrong.
I don't have to prove one damn thing to you.
If it turns out that we're wrong, we'll admit it. I promise you.
Bend over and put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye, because you're going to be wrong. I think y'all are fighting a lost cause.
Just trying to get to the truth.
As a young boy at the age of 13, I started down many of the wrong roads as a lot of teenagers will go down. I remember the first dollar I stole was out of my mama's purse. First people I stole from, my parents. Boy, it just went down a rough and rugged road from there. I can remember quite vividly the day that I came to from a comatose state. I had overdosed at my parents' home. Next day they were on the phone with my brother-in-law and sister down in Jackson, Mississippi. Said, well, y'all take him. He's out of control. We can't do anything with him. I saw my brother-in-law, a big, tall, red-headed feller. I said, you don't know all the wrongs I've done. He said, well, let me show you over here. He explained to me about the Apostle Paul. He said, don't get up there and think that you're the worst that's been. He said, the Apostle Paul's already took that privilege, and he says, I am the chief sinner. So I thought, well, if the Lord could save the Apostle Paul and look beyond his sin, he could save me too. When this last tragedy came into our life, I stood by my son's casket, and I said, oh, God, help me. Lord, I'm looking to you. I want to be the dad that stands in the gap, that'll stand for you regardless to what the world says. I don't care. Lord, I can't do this on my own. I need you. And you know, there was a peace that surpassed all understanding that came upon me in that funeral home. And I thought, thank God for that.
Okay, quit that.
Thank the Lord for after 20-something years of living like a savage on this earth that he knocked at my heart's door and spoke to me. And I'm so glad I invited him in.
I want to know who in the community had access to those victims, who would be trusted with those kids. I want to know what the relationships were in that community, because who was killed tells you why they were killed. Look at how clear of a line we're drawing between the homicide and the behavior of Chris Byers. My feeling is that this kid was being abused. Chris Byers was setting fires. He was playing with his own excrement. He was beating up other kids, picking fights. He was on Ritalin. The doctor was saying he was going to hospitalize him. He was a kid who had behavioral problems and problems of being defiant and violent and aggressive and impulsive for at least 3 years that this neurologist had been seeing him. And this doctor, in his report, states, I'm giving this kid, I've been prescribing him Ritalin for the past 3 years. Nothing's come of it. Nothing. He even says it does not make sense to me. I'm at a loss to explain why his behavior has not abated. Because what Ritalin is it's a kiddie depressant. Is what it does. It takes kids and makes them more docile. But Ritalin is a funny drug, and it's my understanding and you have to talk to somebody who really knows what they're talking about this, but it's my understanding that in adults, Ritalin is like speed. It has the exact opposite effect.
So you think that maybe the kid wasn't getting the prescription?
Well, if he was getting the prescription, he wouldn't have been exhibiting those behaviors. And he was exhibiting those behaviors. So my only thought would be that he was not getting his prescription.
They had a little book they wrote in at school. I still can't go through a lot of his things. It's still too painful.
It's his journal.
It's his journal. And it was on a Wednesday. And he had written nothing on the page except just, I love my mommy. And that's all he'd written on the page. And I know that if he could come to me, he would say, Mommy, it's okay. And I'm all right. And you need to be all right, too. And I still love you. And I love Daddy, and I love Ryan. Now, I want you to pull yourself together, Mommy, and I want you to go ahead and live. Because I'm okay now. I'm okay. I'm all right. You don't have to worry about me.
What was your relationship with your wife? Did y'all get along pretty good?
As long as I could keep her from using, we did. I could keep her off of it a couple months, and she'd go back to it. The first rehab I put her in was 9 months after we were married, and I had a doctor tell me then that y'all just go ahead and divorce her. He said, you know, heroin junkies, one out of, I don't know the statistics exactly he gave me. He said, ever stay clean. He said, it's just going to cause you a lot of pain and misery.
Do you use drugs?
No, sir.
Have you ever used drugs?
Yes, sir.
What?
Marijuana. I've tried coke, some pills.
Do you ever have a habit?
No, sir. Never been
You
into
just
drug
casual
rehab.
experimenting or casual
Just experimenting
association?
as a teenager and going to college.
That's it. Well, you have a brain tumor?
Yes, sir.
Is it troubling you? Now, have you got it under control? Or?
Well, I'm under doctor's care.
Are you taking medication?
Yes, sir.
What? Is it, well, just tell me what it is. Without tell me what it is, tell me what it does. Is it for a nervous condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It helps me from my anxiety and panic attacks and the terrible nightmares that I have when I go to sleep a lot of times.
Have you taken your dosage today?
This one is in the morning. This one's in the evening. This one's in the evening. This one's 3 times a day. And this one's 3 times a day. These Xanax on me works like Ritalin does on children.
What happens when you don't take this?
I'll get real nervous and just like my kind of paranoid feeling. I'll just have panic attacks.
Your doctor said that you had a multitude of psychiatric problems. What does he mean by that? Have you been diagnosed as having a particular, some sort of psychiatric
the same thing.
condition that has a name to it that they told you about or anything?
Very
Just from what she said, manic depressive post-traumatic stress syndrome.
You ever hallucinate?
Yes, sir, I have. I've seen a bug on the floor or something. That's usually when I'm in a manic or a panic attack. You know, it seems like I'll see things out of the corner of my eye and it's really not there.
Have you ever believed that you might have been involved somehow?
No, sir.
With those boys down there?
No,
You've never had any hallucinations or anything dealing with that?
Only nightmares of hearing my son crying for help. And I couldn't help him because I didn't know where he was.
Michael Moore was found in this area right here at the bottom of the stream. Steve Branch was found just behind where these trees are in the stream. And Christopher Byers was found just below that body right here. This is Exhibit 22, which is the body of Michael Moore after removing him from the water. Where he was found. This is the body of Steve Branch. Steve Branch is the young man that had the injuries to his face. Was it a particular part of his face? To the left side of the chin area. Exhibit 24, the body of Christopher Byers.
And what kind of injuries did Chris Byers have that you observed?
It looked as though his penis had been removed.
When they were describing the injuries to my son, of course I didn't see many of the photos, but just hearing the description, it brought back things that had happened to me in my past when I was tortured and when I was attacked and when I had 5 people beat me up and torture me, but I lived through it. And it brought back all those feelings and all those emotions of it happening to me, and it was like they were reading off what happened to me, and I lived through it instead of what happened to Christopher, and it was just almost like a mental thing. It just, I basically just had a mental breakdown from just, from hearing it. It was like a living nightmare.
Hi, Sarah.
Reliving it
Kirby.
all over again.
Kirby.
Except it wasn't me that they were reading it about, it was my son.
Welcome to part 2 of the West Memphis.
For my brain tumor, it's been acting up, giving me a lot of problems. I just passed out the other day and busted my head open in the house, blacked out, hit the door facing. It's gonna have to be operated on soon.
When are you gonna do that?
Probably after Christmas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Some of these Jonesboro folks? So some of these Jonesboro folks?
I don't know.
Are they all out from west?
All over the place. We got
There's about 6 or 8 from Arkansas, I think.
We got Ohio. We got New Jersey,
Illinois.
And I totally knew what you meant. I knew that. You part of that. Yeah, that's
Hey, why are you being so mean to us now all of a sudden when the cameras are rolling? You're so nice to us when the cameras are off.
I'm not being mean to you. I'm just speaking my mind.
You are. 2 people.
No.
You are.
If
You were my buddy last time. What happened?
I never said you was my best friend,
Well, you were nice to me at least. Now you're telling me I'm ignorant, idiot, and all that. It's like when the cameras roll, I'm an idiot. When they're not, we're buddies. What's up with that?
Truth hurts. Might as well be on film.
Okay, so this is the truth. So when the cameras stop, that's not the truth.
No.
That's the untrue part.
No.
Which one's true?
The way I act around you's one thing.
2 things. Which one's real, though?
Which one you think's real?
I don't know.
Well, I guess it'll stay a mystery then.
Okay.
Mark, you ever taken my questions to the defense?
There's not going to be any need to that. I'll be taking a polygraph very soon. And when that's all cleared, why should I give bite marks?
Well, just because the bite marks would exclude you, absolutely. And I think that would be good.
Bite marks would exclude me anyway. I don't have any teeth. These are dentures.
He's looking very Steven Seagal right there.
Yeah. So you're going to take bite marks to 2 gum prints? Give me a break.
No, but you already said that he would have the files from the dentist.
Yeah.
Sent over. Very
I
good.
saw that theory out.
When did you get your dentures? Because I think I remember on the steps you said that was you said it was after the kids
It
died.
was right then.
You had your dentures right when they died?
No, I've had them since 93 at the start.
Because last time you said it was after.
My mistake.
How did you lose your teeth? Because I've heard lost them, but not how.
Because I was taking Tegretol for my epileptic seizures, and Tegretol causes periodontal disease, and they all started rotting and falling, coming out.
They just fall out. You didn't have to pull.
Yeah, you have periodontal disease. That's when the gums literally move away from your teeth.
Okay, but before he said that somebody had beat him out of him when he was talking to his
Yeah,
friends.
and this says that they were actually extracted in 97, not in 93 when he was saying.
Seriously.
And it's not listed as a side effect. Yeah, Kirby, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Let's see what was excluded.
It's my understanding that the odontologist has now reviewed bite mark impressions from all 3 defendants, compared them with the bite mark, which the odontologist has identified, and we can exclude the 3 defendants who've been convicted as the person who made that bite mark. What's exciting about this is we now know that this kid was bitten by someone, and this someone was not any of the 3 defendants.
Oh.
And it's just, I wish and pray that this information would have been available to us back at trial. I think the result would have been dramatically different.
This is the interesting thing. Brent Davis, the prosecutor, claims that this is not a bite mark, but as Frank Peretti, who performed the original autopsy, says that this is a bell-shaped pattern abrasion that is consistent with a belt buckle. They're interpreting, looking back at this injury, they're interpreting it, and it's only this is a two-dimensional surface. If we were looking at a three-dimensional surface, we would see that this actually creates a circle because the eye socket curves in and curves under. The two-dimensional photograph makes it look like a bell shape.
Basically, they're going to put on two guys, one of which did the original autopsy and missed this bite mark, and basically state that this isn't a bite mark.
The bottom line here is that this is not legal trickery. This is hard physical evidence of somebody else committing this crime.
Thank you for explaining that, J-Chad. That's really cool to know that at any point anybody can do that. That's awesome. I didn't really realize that bystanders had any kind of
I know you've been here
at all.
probably for just about every hearing. Can you tell me what your opinion on this?
Well, I think the fact that there's bite marks and they don't match the 3 is pretty much proof that they didn't do this.
And the big thing now is for the first time in the history of this case, we've got qualified experts involved. It's as simple as that.
And what does he think it will do to his kids?
Well, he knows he's going to be out of prison before that. Eventually the truth is going to come out.
Are you going to be here till the end?
Yes. We're going to be here however many times it takes. Have you been following the case?
No, but I've seen what happened.
You saw what happened? Mm-hmm. What happened?
Okay, I'm not sure if the 3 boys done it or not, but the 3 boys are there. Excuse me, the three boys are there. But there's one more that's running on loose right now, and he lives here in Jonesboro right now.
Who is he?
Mark Byers.
You believe Mark Byers had something to do with this?
He was holding a knife. Well, what more proof do you need? He was holding a knife. The 3 boys was not holding a knife. Mark Byers was.
And how did you witness this?
I seen it.
Have you told the police what you saw?
Yeah, well, I've tried to tell police, but nobody wants to listen to me. I've tried to tell the prosecutors, they don't want to listen to me.
Why don't they want to listen?
I don't know. I've been in an accident before, and they think I'm all scrambled up. I'm probably signing my death warrant right now. I'm probably doing that right now. But I don't care. But I don't care. This didn't really. You can get it somewhere else. I have no more comments.
The guy that you just interviewed over there, that's sensational. He's just like Jesse Miskelly. He's a guy who's got a story, and here's my bet. We're gonna see that on the news tonight.
I don't know what
and it's gonna be big, groundbreaking revelation confession, and you guys are gonna.
As long as that's not the only thing, Don't preempt everything else to show that.
But I wonder if you're going to use any footage that you got of Steve Baker, anything that talks about facts or anything that was brought up in court today, any of the news,
Yes, I
as opposed to the.
Krista, I don't think they did because they never mentioned the bite mark. It was just seen in the photograph, like way after the fact. It's like they didn't. It wasn't even in the tone of the report.
Yeah, it wasn't in the report, and in the original court case, they didn't even call it out as bite marks. Nobody mentioned it at all
It
until
seems like the photos
None
were,
of the
they were like, actually, wait, that looks like a bite mark.
Because I couldn't stay here, so I had to post one. And so I added it. Well, we did. We came here. Well, I did, and I put that into my story.
Okay.
But in the first case, did the state bring their own odontologist?
No, there was never mention of bite marks. They wouldn't have brought an odontologist. If they had brought an odontologist, that would have suggested that they knew there were bite marks or some reason to bring one. But there was originally it was either overlooked or ignored. So they had no reason to bring in an odontologist because it wasn't mentioned in the first trial.
Yeah.
When was that? Someone told
I am
me.
not too high. That was
Someone
a good,
lied to you. Someone. It was probably you probably saw it on the news.
I don't know. Maybe.
Now live from your good neighbor station, this is K8 News at 6.
It was a packed courtroom again as supporters and families of both victims and convicted listened to the last day of testimony. The state called 2 state medical examiners who testified they did not find any bite marks. However, odontologist Dr. Thomas David testified for the defense that in his opinion it was a bite mark. The state called Dr. Harry Mincer, also a forensic odontologist, said that it was not a human bite mark. While the state and defense seesaw back and forth, Damien's supporters remain optimistic.
How you doing? Fine. Good. Okay, here's the deal. They're going to talk to me from New York. You're not going to be talking to me. We're going to put an earpiece in. You're going to hear Greg Jarrett, who's the host in New York. Yeah, his name is Greg. You can just call him Greg if you want to.
Gotcha.
And when you answer his questions, just look at the camera instead of me.
No
okay?
problem.
I need to dress this.
Act like I've done it 100 times, right?
You have done it 100 times.
This one shirt.
Is he all right?
No, he's fine. He's
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
All right.
Is my son's picture good?
We're joined now by John Mark Byers, adoptive father of the victim, Christopher Byers. Thank you for taking the time with us. Mr. Byers?
That man. Yeah.
Mr. Byers, do you hear me?
He hasn't said a word to me.
Obviously, we're having
There's nothing coming through here.
technical difficulties.
Mr. Byers, can you hear me? This is New York. Mr. Byers? Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you, Greg. Can you hear him now, Mr. Byers?
No, I cannot.
You're okay, Timmy. Don't worry about your mic. I got you dead.
Can you hear him now?
So let's get it checked in, and then we'll go for the third block. Does that make sense, Tim?
Yeah, that's fine.
See,
Okay.
this thing is going.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz,
Absolutely.
Johnny started.
Coming up in Damien Eccles is on death row convicted of 3 shots. Timmy, you still got me, right?
Yeah, I got you, Dom.
All right, Mr. Sauls, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
You can?
Yes.
And Mr. Byers, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Byers joins us again. Hopefully we've solved the technical problem. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
What do you think of Eccles and the defense team saying you're the killer?
I have a very good answer for that. I'm 6'8", weigh 252 pounds. I'm the largest red herring they've ever thrown in a jewelry box. Someone else to take the jewelry's mind off the 3 real murderers.
All right, joining us now also is in Jonesboro, Burke Sauls. He helps run the Free the West Memphis 3 Support Fund.
Do you believe that Mr. Byers is the real killer?
I don't really. That's not the point of what we're doing here. I'm not here to accuse anyone. That's actually what happened to these 3 guys.
One of the things that I guess a lot of people can't get over is one of the 3 defendants, all 3 were convicted. Jesse Miskelly confessed. How do you account for that?
Well, to the experts that testified in the trial, it was to them it was a forced confession. It was coerced.
What was coercive about it?
For one thing, there was a timeline problem where he stated it happened early in the day, and they led him down to the time that they wanted him to say that it had happened. And he eventually gave them what they wanted.
I want to thank all of you for being with us. We appreciate it.
Coming up next on Primetime Justice, President Clinton's war with independent counsel Ken Starr isn't over yet.
I really appreciate what y'all have done for them.
I think just the fact that we live in Los Angeles, we have maybe some talents that we could probably help this case out somewhat.
I know at the airport yesterday, there was a young guy that walked past us and he had a black shirt, black pants, black trench coat, black boots. And I thought, you get in trouble at that for some places.
Yeah, welcome to LA. Like 50% of people live here dressed like that.
They were like, well, there's a guy wearing all black. There's a woman wearing all black. There's another guy wearing all black. It's a flattering color.
A lot of the reason that Damien wore the black was because someone told him that he was sexy in the black. And he wore it most most of the time.
It's like, that's your argument. That's your argument. These guys are guilty. It's like, come on, how silly is this? So, and of course, there was the media that portrayed these guys to start. Anything
That's
that
what did it. I couldn't believe they overwhelmed us from the very beginning when they arrested them and the media attacked them.
See, now it's our turn to use the media to our advantage. Because the first time around, there was no critical thinking. They just reported whatever they might have heard or a rumor, and they report it, and you hear it on the news, you think it's true. Well, now we have the Lisa Show to show fact. For once, it's not emotional. It's not about how people feel. It's about facts.
And we're glad to have you guys here too. I mean, it's really important to have your guys' voices be heard.
Are you guys nervous about the show?
Very.
Just be yourselves. You'll do good.
Oh, you'll be fine. You still real nervous?
Very nervous.
Remember those days.
Once again.
So how do you feel like the Lisa Show went? Do you think it went well, or?
I thought it went really well. You could hear people in the background that didn't know anything about the case.
This was in '99.
You could hear them coming along as they presented stuff. Like
Is
the
that what you're
first,
asking, when was
when
this
the mothers
specific?
were out there, there was sort of some skepticism. You could kind of hear them talking. Like no one was sure whether to believe it or not. And then as more and more came out, and you guys were talking more, you could hear people starting to get angry.
What was the audience reaction about when they learned that all three defendants had been excluded from making the bite mark?
It's like, match the bite mark, find the killer. I mean, I think everybody got that. It was like, okay, so the kids don't match the bite mark, and I think it sort of sunk in that means that the
kid
guy
shouldn't have a bite
after.
mark on his face.
Yeah.
He didn't leave home with a big fat bite mark on his face.
If they missed that, what else did they miss? So did you guys see anything in Byers' interview? Like, did you guys notice, like, the conflicting stories? Like, what did you read from that? Did you
All
get
of his
anything from
stories
that?
are conflicting.
Obviously,
Everything he says.
I think he's a little mixed up about his felony history.
I noticed Byers wasn't wearing his teeth in the interview.
That's true.
Now, what happened with his teeth, do you know?
Well, there's several different versions of what happened. The first version that I heard is he got him knocked out in a fight.
He changed his story. First, a long time ago, he said he got knocked out in a fight, and he told Lisa that he had them surgically removed.
And they told me that he'd taken Tegretol and that they had just kind of rotted out.
Burke and Grove told me last night that something about Byers had left his teeth somewhere, and that's why he didn't have them on during the taping. What was the story on that?
I think the producers of the show said that Byers had told them that he left them in a restaurant somewhere. And so his last parting words to the producers when he was leaving the show, which he had done without his teeth, is, "I'm not leaving LA without my teeth."
Test is about to begin.
How do you forget your teeth?
How do you forget your teeth?
And who
How about
found
those?
those? Carlos,
Yes.
if you did, that was...
Regarding those deaths, do you intend to answer truthfully each question about that?
Yes.
Other than what we've talked about, did you ever wish any person would die?
No.
Did you harm any of those boys?
No.
Other than what we've talked about, did you ever think about hurting anyone?
No.
He's fucked up. He's on the
Did
cocktail.
you harm any of those boys found at Robin Hood Hills?
No.
No, Princess, you kind of need your teeth to eat.
Test is over. Remain seated, looking straight ahead.
Here's the website. This is how all the people find us. Like, they can come on here and they can read about everything that's been going on.
It's a pretty good synopsis of our involvement and what happened.
We have an individual page for each Damien, Jason, and Jesse. They each have their own page. And then there's different links, like the college fund for Damien. You know, where it stands right now with him. Oh, yeah, that's a really good picture of Damien. He's looking kind of dapper. Here's Jason's
Yeah,
page.
there's a
He has
nice,
some
smooth
poems that we
scrolling
got.
there.
Yeah.
So we have an extra page just for his poetry.
I never dreamed he could write poetry the way he does.
Read his poem.
An electric charge is in the air, the scent of burning ozone. The deep bass of thunder rumbles. You feel it in your stomach. The wind picks up. The clouds choke out the blue skies. The rain pours down, drenching my soul. You are there, and I know I no longer face the storm alone.
Mark, you feel better? You got that arm straightened out and had that smoke. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, sir.
I don't, according to what we have here, the response is on the chart. I feel you're telling the truth about the issues we worked with as far as you see them. As you see them.
Give me a high five.
Sweet, I passed.
Thank you. I knew it was right. I knew I was innocent. And to all of you morons, fools, and idiots that thought I had anything to do with it, I am now vindicated. Maybe this will serve a point to some of y'all. And I feel sorry. My heart goes out to the victims to have to be put through things such as this. To just already try to clear my name when it's already been vindicated once. Now it's been vindicated twice by a professional who I have the utmost respect for. And I want each and every one of you devil worshippers to know that you are wrong and you need to go on another ghost hunt and leave me alone.
Your call is being connected. Thank you for using
He makes me just want him to be guilty. Like,
hello.
Right?
How you doing?
I can't do this guy.
Yes.
Hey, Damien.
Your mom's
Yes.
here.
Yes. Say hi.
Hi, son.
Hello.
How you doing?
Okay, I suppose.
I miss you. Yeah, I'm okay. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, JT, I
I
don't
miss you.
really.
Me too.
I
I don't want to
can't.
hear any of that either. You know, I know you lie every time you come here too, whenever you say you're not going to cry on the way home. But then you get out in the parking lot and just,
Damn, just calling her
Not
out.
every time.
Yeah.
why are you crying?
I just miss you.
Well, I miss you too, but I'm not doing all that. Calm down. I love you.
I love you, baby.
Calm down.
I'm okay.
Stop crying. You have exceeded
I'm not
this
crying.
amendment. This call is being
Your call is
disconnected.
terminated.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
You're crying.
Stop crying, Mom. Like, God, dude, give her a break. Shame her for crying. She said it.
Now that I live alone, I have a lot of time on my hands for my own
Oh,
demise
this is my favorite part.
or
of this
for
whole
my own
fucking-
well-being, whichever I so choose.
I love you.
I so choose for my welfare and my well-being rather than my demise. You might wonder, what do I do with all my spare time? Well, I still enjoy singing, and I took several songs and put them together, went to a studio here in the town I live in, and I recorded a song that meant a lot to me, and it has been a great blessing of faith and hope that has helped me through every day, and there's not a day go by that I don't listen to it or sing it, or at least try to remember part of it. And if you'd like, I'll sing a little of this song for you today.
She's fucking cracking
Please
me
do.
up. Maybe you're wondering what I do in my off time. Like, nobody really was, but
Not
I
really.
guess we're gonna find out.
This came after hours of work. And $45. You can have anything made.
Oh, it's happening, everyone. Everybody, put that in the chat. Tonight.
And he's lip syncing.
And
Oh, we all gotta put rock in there. The Weezer show was never
aired. It's the first time I got to use that dumpster fire remote.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good.
Been waiting a long time to use that one.
Oh my God.
Oh yes.
How about that?
I
guys?
felt it. I felt it.
He was arrested on June 2nd, 1999 for selling prescription drugs to an undercover narcotics officer.
Wow. Good. Yeah. Okay.
Sentenced to 8 years in an Arkansas correctional facility. He's eligible for parole in 2012. Damn, when this came out in 99, and it was like... he
Every
was on
new
the
little
edge.
piece of information that surfaces with this case points away from the three guys who are currently serving prison sentences, and one of them's on death row.
If the three defendants ever got out and were released, I would be sick.
You are sick.
You are pretty sick anyway.
I wasn't convinced from the evidence that it was a bite mark, and so ruled.
The West Memphis police are never going to admit they botched this up. They're not ever going to admit that they got the wrong people.
I'll watch you, you bastard Damien Eccles, take your last breath, you low-life son of a bitch.
It's too much, dude. Like, I feel bad laughing.
If I were released today, I would kind of want to just blend into obscurity. I wouldn't want to be remembered. You know, I wouldn't want to walk down the street and have someone say, hey, you're that kid that was on death row that they made that documentary about.
Which is why you write a book about it.
He wrote a book about it. He's been on so many different shows and everything. He's done with Henry Rollins. But at this point, okay, I can understand that in that moment where he's like, I just want to be out and be free. But at the same time, once he finally got out, it was kind of like, well, this was bullshit, and I want to share the story with everybody, you know? So I can understand the changing in perspective. When you're in it, just be like, I don't care, I just want the fuck out of here. Don't care.
But then the way that they got out and having to do the Alfred plea, like, yeah, that would light a fire under my ass too, and I'd be like, you know, no, fuck all of you.
Yes.
Like, I was willing just to like wander along, but no.
Yep. Actually,
I wouldn't do that anymore.
speaking of the book, I think Krista Curvey would really be very interested in that. You should explain, since you actually read the book, you should tell the folks about the book that he wrote.
Yeah, so if you don't know, he wrote a book about basically the magic and his rituals that he claims to have saved his life on death row and in solitary. And we were talking about it before, and kind of think it's interesting. You know, there's all these monks and different people on their path to enlightenment that will segregate themselves from humans in general and go live in a cave for years on end and just meditate all day long or whatever, looking for enlightenment. Well, he got put into solitary for 10 years and was forced into that situation. And most of us would have just broken. There's, like, your mentalness or your mental state just can't handle that. But he was able to find a practice that helped him through it and find a meditation routine. And he said that he would meditate, 8 hours a day, like, if not more, pretty much any waking hour he was meditating or working on magic or something spiritual or learning about any of it. So he wrote a book talking about all the things that he did and how he made it through. And it's really interesting seeing how he essentially found enlightenment and grew into the person that he is now in solitary confinement, and literally found himself and made leaps and, like, just growth in himself that most people would never have gotten to. And yeah, his eyesight's destroyed because of it. He wears sunglasses everywhere now because he can't handle the light. But the book's super interesting, talking about, the things that he would learn and all the books he would read. And he read, anything that he could get on any kind of spiritual practice whatsoever. Like, not even just specific religions, but any and all of it. So the book he wrote was specifically about chaos magic, which is, if you don't know anything about it, it kind of pulls from any of your beliefs. Like, they're essentially tools that you can use to support anything that you believe. Whatever your belief system is, these are tools that can help you grow in that, and rituals that you can lean into. And it goes into, if you want to do sigil work, it'll go into that. If you want to do divination, whatever. But it pulls from whatever your beliefs are, and is very malleable. So in his book, he talks about where he got a bunch of his beliefs from and what he pulls from, and he pulls from everything. And then at the last few chapters, he goes into his specific rituals that he does, and symbols that he uses, and specific meditations that he does, and gives step-by-step processes of what he was doing in prison for all those years.
So interesting. It's such a cool thing to come out of such a horrible experience and to share that with people. I think was a really awesome and valuable thing that he was able to do and share.
Yeah, it was really interesting and super cool in everything that he had learned, and, like, he explained all the background of everything, of why he was using these rituals and why he, like, followed this specific path. And he even uses like, he references Jesus, and then he references Buddha, and then Lucifer, and any and all of it. And he's like, his beliefs are that they all represent something specific, as far as energetic wise. Oh,
Thanks, Al. Thank you so much. That was so
much.
nice
That's awesome.
of you to just pop up out of the blue.
Yeah.
Have you been lurking this whole time?
Rad.
That's nice if you have. But thank you so much. But yeah, it's interesting that he's integrated so many different religions, and he took so much time to read and educate himself on these things. And, as he said in this one, he's like, I don't claim any religious affiliation. I'm, interested in all of it. And the fact that they just wanted to, like, deem him a devil worshiper, like, how shitty, because that had nothing to do with anything. He was not, like, a dark dude. Like, he looked dark and spooky, and he was interested, and he was learning about a lot of that kind of stuff. But at the same time, he wasn't just, like, an evil guy, Shit.
Oh, thanks, J-Tide.
Thanks,
That's
J-Tide.
awesome.
Yeah, and look, this
Appreciate
cool
that.
little
Look at that
cuttlefish
cuttlefish.
comes up when
Look at
you
it go.
put bits, so...
Thank you so much.
I
That's
love
awesome.
cuttlefish. They're
We
my
appreciate
favorite,
you.
so it makes me happy. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good night, Kirby. We're happy that you popped in. Thank you for coming and hanging out,
Yeah.
dude. Appreciate it.
For sure.
Oh, the third guy's dad was so sad. The, Jesse Miss Kelly.
Yeah.
How his dad was
Miss
so,
Kelly's
like,
dad.
nice and kind, and he's like, I'll look out for my son, Like, you could see it hurt everybody. Like, everybody whose kid was just a little different, and all of a sudden their kids were just taken away. It was fucking sad, dude.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. You've been watching Alf. That's awesome. And by the way, just so everybody here knows, any new folks, Alf makes amazing fucking hot sauce. Hence the exclamation sauce
Yeah.
command that Dusty did.
That link is for him.
And it's absolutely fucking delicious. So if anybody is hot sauce enthusiast, please eat it.
We did an
So good.
unboxing and a tasting on Monday.
We did. It was so good. It was actually before the stream. I ate some too. I had some pieces of turkey and some bread with some sauce. It was great. Love it.
Yep.
But yeah, it was. It's a crazy story. It's a really, really crazy story. But seeing him now is very interesting. What he's turned into now. He actually, Krista, he has a YouTube channel as well, where he talks about magic, and he talks about different processes that he works through and everything. It's really cool to see his evolution, and actually some of the like interviews and stuff that he's done. Actually, I'm thinking, I mean, we're gonna do the third one next week, so we're gonna cover the next thing. But since we do have some folks in here hanging out, we can pull up one of the interviews. And actually, something interesting too is that there was a lot of celebrities that were huge advocates while he was imprisoned, that were assisting and befriending him. And Eddie Vedder and Johnny Depp and Henry Rollins and quite a few other ones were on his team trying to advocate for him, because they were all different too, you know?
Yeah. OJ too. No, he wasn't Wiccan. He's not Wiccan. Like, he shares some of the ideas, but yeah, he pulls from everything. Like, just like his comment in this that interview, he said that, you know, he doesn't really see a distinction between religions anymore. That's pretty much what he believes. Like, he doesn't really follow any one religion, and he thinks that they're all archetypes and just intention and energy based beliefs, a lot of it.
Oh yeah, the Dixie chick too. Yeah,
for sure.
I'm scrolling on the YouTube right now, and this is interesting. It says deleted scene from Paradise Lost. It says something about a necklace in the little comment.
What?
We should watch that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna put that on right now. We're gonna see what the deleted scene is, because I have no idea what this is. Blood on the necklace. Following rough cut scene was shot but never used in Paradise Lost. This was the first one. Oh, interesting. Thanks, G-Tide. You're the best. Yeah. Blood found on the necklace. I missed what that last one said. I was looking at chat.
Yeah.
Did you catch it?
This is the Crime Stopper room?
This is it.
I'm really curious what you realized.
Where is this mystery object? Y'all got it?
I can't believe you make your bed up.
Did they not make your bed?
No, I expected you to get up in the morning, make the bed up, and
So Val tells me that y'all discovered this because of police ineptitude.
We told them that because of their
Glad you liked it,
allegations,
Krista.
we were
Yeah,
going
and the mac and cheese.
they were going through the files, looking for some of that stuff, and making sure everything was where it was supposed to be. And we pulled that out while we were going through there and were looking at it, and saw those little red dots. And I said, y'all better test it.
Where was the blood, Brent?
Right there. 2 millimeters up.
they've had almost a year to investigate this case. And John Fogelman, I will tell you now, he needs to go into a new line of work. The infamous Inspector Gitchell is retiring, so John should take his position because he can solve crimes that nobody else can, because he decides, I think, let's see, murders occurred on May the 5th, 8 months later. You know, we ought to go check that lake out and find a knife.
And we'll find it in 1 hour.
And then let's say
without a metal detector.
We're in the middle of the trial, we're in the third week of trial. I think I'll just go check this necklace that is not a part of evidence. We're not intending on introducing it, because how can we? Because we have rested our case in chief. So we're not going to introduce it into evidence. And so he decides one night, well, I think I'll just, there's some real red specks on there. I think we'll have it tested.
After you've rested your case, you find this miraculous blood. They call the judge up and say, Judge, we need a continuance. They don't call me, they don't call Rob, they don't call Val, they don't call anybody. They just get the continuance. They call the judge. You're not even supposed to do that. Everybody's supposed to be able to do it. It's supposed to be on the record. Court reporter's supposed to take it down. They got a continuance. But they rested their case and they get a continuance. For what?
You know, this is like, you could tell the story to someone in another state, and they would say, well, you know, what's the punchline in a this macabre, pathetic situation? Where are you going with this? No one would believe this whole.
Val's already said they won't be prepared to cross-examine, and their objection to us putting it on and then leaving it overnight.
There's no way that you can have this gap in time. I'm gonna tell you, there's all kinds of problems, John. You got a jury, some jury members came up there this morning, and that don't know what they were told.
Other people called in and said don't come in because of what they heard on TV. And then Jim Taylor's telling it exactly like it is on TV.
I would like to know what he got there.
Val said, they said, no court tomorrow, jurors, you don't come in, and then right after that.
The reason is they're waiting on further testing from genetic design as to whether or not there's blood found on a necklace worn by Navy Nichols the night of his arrest that matches the victim's. Now somebody told him straight up.
I agree with you, but it didn't come from us. The juror kind of overhears that walking by TV or something.
Oh, sure.
And then it doesn't come back. You know, then it hurts us.
Obviously, it hurts us to even have the rumor out there. I don't know why. I just didn't.
They ran something on one of the Memphis stations where they ran it on Channel 8.
But they didn't run.
Well, they called me and asked me 100 times to confirm or deny. And I said, well, you just ought to watch Channel 8. They seem to know what they're talking about. What difference does it make now? It's out. What difference does it make?
So, y'all waiting for a phone call?
In fact, I'm kind of close to 5 o'clock out there, and it's 4:45 their time.
I don't know. I feel like that's some, like, planting it kind of shit or whatever.
This is John Fogelman. Got anything to report?
Doesn't sound right.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You got to go to the lab, and he says he can probably tell me. Oh, God.
And you can pay off anybody to say what results you want it to say anyway. It sounds like a crock. And the channel that posted this on YouTube is West Memphis 3 is Guilty, is the name of this channel. So this is interesting.
There was also claims that they found the kid's testicles in Damien's room.
Yeah.
Which never happened.
Yes.
Okay.
And body parts and shit like that. Mm-hmm. I don't have body parts in the room. Jesus Christ.
Well, I think you need to keep telling the media that because it really ought to come in court. Well, I understand. Right. They're going to keep hounding you. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Channel 8.
Guy in yellow does seem more confident. And that guy, I have a question.
Now, if you could just tell them to refer all questions to us or somebody, and of course what we're going to do is say we can't comment.
Us or somebody.
Yeah.
Just anyone.
Okay. Well, I understand. Okay. All right, thank you, Mike. Well, of the 2 DNA types, there's more on there from Damien. And on the D1S80 test, they were able to get Damien's amplified, but on the other one, all they can get is the DQ alpha, which matches Stevie and it matches Jason.
Or 10% or 11%
What's the percentage? 10
11%. 11%.
The question becomes now, should it go on when you got Damien's blood on it and you don't really know whose the other blood is? You can't say definitively.
I think the key fact is that there is evidence from which the jury could infer that it's Stevie's blood.
I think all they're
Some
told
process
is
guy.
it
Let me see
could
his face
be,
amazing.
all they should be told is that it is branches.
It shouldn't be any of this, that it matches Jason's blood too.
I guarantee you, we're
Nicolas
not going to
Cage.
even
I feel like
suggest
he's
that
caging
blood
it
could
up
be
right
anybody
now.
else's other than Stevie's. Now,
Shady.
I imagine that from Val and Scott's standpoint, what they will want to do is to argue is, look, Jason and Damien are close associates, and that could be Jason's blood, and even if it said that it was could be Jason's blood, that wouldn't be any evidence against Jason.
Oh, it
Oh,
will be,
come
John.
on,
It will be.
come on, John. I don't understand. I mean, what?
The only thing I see
But
is,
y'all get up there and argue that.
No, we wouldn't. We'll agree not to do that.
yeah, you'll agree that you will not argue that it could be Jason's blood.
No, we'll argue.
Oh yeah,
Stevie's blood.
I was totally
If
thinking
Damien
that maybe
gets up
of
and wants
Matthew
to start sticking
McConaughey.
it that it could be Jason's blood, well, that's severance issue.
That did cross my mind.
Incriminate Jason.
So,
Incriminates him in the sense that it joins them at the hip. Sure.
I was
It's
thinking,
like, these guys are such bosom buddies and they
Harrelson
got
from
blood on each other's necklaces.
freaking
Well, to say
And
that
that
it could be
Natural Born
a
Killers.
friend
Born
of
Killers.
Dane. It could be somebody else's, and it just so happens that his best friends at the same time.
That's what y'all gonna be. That's the
We're
argument.
not going to argue that.
For sure.
The thing that really bothers me is that if this evidence would have, if you'd have known about this evidence 2 months ago,
Natural Born Killers.
and there's a better argument for
Yeah.
severance.
Fight's gonna be right now between us. Now we're fighting.
Now we're gonna fight each other.
We're gonna be fighting them.
They're gonna want to say it's Baldwin's blood.
And y'all gonna
We're gonna say we don't want it to be Baldwin's blood. When they start offering evidence against us, that's what a severance is about.
See, I don't, of course, and I understand, I'm looking from a
Played
different
with the sensationalized
perspective,
news Beverly.
but
There
I don't
actually
see
is a
that as
movie.
being evidence against you.
Then you get to the overall problem though, John, is that, you know, is this one of those kind of situations where now the blood's gone now, it's a dead issue, correct?
See, now we can't do anything with it.
So, I mean, it seems to me like you've almost got a 403 situation and nothing, none of it comes in because the test doesn't tell us enough. So it's definite, the blood's gone, and that's just definite finding. I mean,
So, I mean,
there's nothing else. There's nothing else.
He didn't indicate that he.
Y'all haven't found anything else that y'all are gonna pull on us tomorrow or Friday that y'all have got waiting on results on? Ain't gotten your magnifying glass out and found anything out there.
The tests are running on this necklace. The tests are destructive. Once they run this amplification test, the blood's gone. It can't be ever tested again. We didn't even have a chance to talk to the judge before they ran this test. Say, wait a minute, Judge. You think we could go out and get an expert from another laboratory and come in and monitor the test and make sure that they do these things? We haven't had fairness in this case from day one. We haven't had fairness in this case from the day they got a search warrant. We haven't had fairness from day one concerning the just numerous motions we filed. There hasn't been a fair day in this case.
Yeah, amen to that. There has not been.
Couldn't have been a better type necklace. What is it? That looks sort of like what the executioner carried around, doesn't it?
Why would it have like Jason's
We
blood
all
on
we
it
all
and
agree
everything?
to some
Yeah,
questions
why
from
would
the
it have
jury.
blood
We've
from the
got to
three
go to
boys?
Monday.
They've got all the evidence. The community's got all the evidence. Everything's out. Everything is out. This is the time that they are deliberating. Normally,
I would like, of course, I'd like to know too, because I'd like us to get the thing done tomorrow. I'm tired of this case.
Come on, look at my house.
I see y'all tomorrow.
All right.
I think they just say it's 1 out of 11. or
JT, I think you got that quote backwards.
deal with it like that. It's still good.
Huh.
Weird. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Right, Alf? I'm with
that's
you. I think.
Interesting.
Natural Born Killers, Woody Harrelson.
Yeah.
That's what I'm digging.
Yeah. Agree.
You know, that's weird. Why would there be blood from the three boys on there? And it was only like an 11% match. And that was from the original one, so that was early on before DNA testing was anywhere near where it is now. And yeah, that's
I
weird.
don't know. I'm questioning that. That sounds shady. That sounds like they were trying to throw something in just to be like, no, see, we were right, 100%, totally right, you know. And then the courts were like, no,
Yeah.
it's
I
not
don't know.
gonna work.
That's weird.
So this is kind of cool. This is him talking about high magic with Eddie Vedder,
Cool.
which I think would be very cool. Yeah. Oh, this is a long one.
Oh yeah, it was the whole interview he did with him. I watched
Hi,
some
everyone.
of that.
Should we do part of it then? Should we see if we can find a paraphrase version?
Tonight I have the
Yeah, I
honor
would find a
of
shorter
introducing
one.
two
'Cause,
of my.
yeah, it's a whole interview. He did an interview with Eddie, and he did one with I can never remember the dude, the Black Flag guy.
Henry Rollins.
Henry Rollins. I always forget Rollins' name. He did an interview with him on his talk show that he had for a while. And yeah.
Okay, here's Johnny Depp talking about the three. Talking about Damon. Let's see what he's got to say.
High Magic was his book about the chaos magic stuff.
How you guys doing? Good.
Better now that you're here, Johnny.
I'm gonna read something. Hi. How you doing? Sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, which is, I mean, we all know why we're here, right? So we're here for the right reasons. So thank you for being here. I would like to read something to you guys, but if we could all kind of, in a weird way, just close your eyes, think of this as your journal, one day in your life, and it's yours. Imagine it's yours. What? I love you too. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm not very good at this kind of thing, so if we can all imagine this is our journal. One day in our life. Today, the guards made me bleed again. They chained my feet so tight I could barely move. I bleed through my socks. Last month was my left ankle. Today it was the right. When I wash the soap, burns like fire. But I have to keep my ankles clean because I don't have any alcohol or peroxide. Nothing to kill the bacteria or infections. And this place is filthy. I can't remember what it's like to walk as a human being anymore. My cell is so small that I can only take 2 steps. Anytime I'm brought out, however briefly or infrequently, I have chains on my hands and feet, as well as guards hanging on me. It's been well over 16 years since I've actually walked anywhere. Sometimes I still can't wrap my mind around that. I'm working on my 17th year now. There are times when I've thought, surely someone is going to put a stop to this. Surely someone is going to do something. But they never do. Time just rolls on. It's insanity. I'm truly amazed at what they've been allowed to get away with, and for how long. Oh well, it does no good to dwell on it. Either I waste my energy by focusing on things I cannot change, or I conserve my energy and apply it to small things I can change. That's what the I Ching calls the taming power of the small. Exactly. Every great victory is made up of many smaller victories. This is from the diary of Damien.
That's a pretty nice excerpt
That's
there.
his journal. He's an amazing man. I'd like to introduce another amazing man, if I could. His name is Eddie Vedder.
Good night, my
There he
darling
is,
friend
yeah.
Kirby. I love you, Krista.
Good night,
I'm
Krista.
so glad that you
Look at
were
him.
here. I'm really glad
He's
you popped
amazing.
in tonight. It sounded like it was right up your alley. Next Wednesday we are going to be doing the third part. So I hope that you will come back next week for that one too, and then you'll get the
The summation.
conclusion or whatever. But if you're interested, if you want to go back and watch the first one, since you've got HBO, you should totally check that out. It's very, very interesting. So, yeah.
Definitely.
Cool. I'm glad that we got to cover this tonight, and I'm glad that there was folks that were engaged and interested in hearing about all this stuff. It's craziness.
Yeah.
It's super sad that everything got so convoluted and fucked up. It really sucks.
Definitely.
But such is life. That's what happens.
Such is life. And yeah, thanks, Justin, for that raid. And thanks for everybody who stayed and hung out. All of
Yeah,
our lurkers.
seriously.
And thanks for all those new follows. There was a bunch of new follows.
Absolutely. Anybody that popped in on the raid and has just been like hanging out listening, or especially J-Tide, who's been very engaged. This is awesome. I think it was perfect that you came in on a subject that you're like knowledgeable and passionate about. That's awesome.
Totally.
Yeah, you are so welcome.
Your point of view was great. Love
Very
hearing
much
it.
appreciated. Oh, and thank you. And the bits are very much
Oh, sweet,
appreciated too.
thanks.
Thank you so much.
Hey.
Well, I really
awesome.
hope that you come back and just hang out with us in general, but I especially hope that you come back next Wednesday. We start at 7:30 Pacific time. So, if I would love to have you here for the third part of that one too, since you care about it. It would be fantastic. Princess, you saw I went to the Discord? I got
Oh, you
bits
got
for
cheered
going
for
to.
that? That was
I'm
good.
so bad
She did
about the
good.
Discord. I'm trying,
terrible.
and Princess totally was like, "Go to the Discord," and then I told Rabbit to go post a photo so we could see her cute little face. And I checked it out, and I saw it. It was great. So I'm totally working on it. We're gonna do better with the Discord. The more people that put stuff in there, the better it's gonna be. It'll inspire me
Yeah.
to do it. I just forget about it, and it's kind of confusing. So
We'll get inspired by the
intimidating.
mystery of the Discord.
Yes, it is mysterious
Because
for
it's
sure.
very mysterious.
For sure. But it's a really cool thing, carrying on conversations outside of the direct stream. It's a really cool resource, and I know it is. I just need to get better about doing it. So thank you, Princess, for always reminding me, and thank you for giving me a prize for doing the right thing. I really appreciate it. And yeah, any of you guys put your faces in there. I want to see Princess. I want to see your face. J-Chad, I want to see your face. I want to see all your faces. Show me your faces. Oh shit, we're close to a hype train. Fucking A.
It's true.
That's
Super
crazy.
close.
Yeah, it just
That's us.
shit. I was like, we should raid out, but I'm like, well, we're close to a hype train, and you never know what could happen. Yes, and I got to see all your cute little animals, your little furry cute animals. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. I know I like the little pet section. I'm like, everybody should just post up all their cute little babes. Woohoo! Yeah,
sweet.
J-Tide! Sick.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't kick it. That's okay. That was a good try. That was a
Good
good freaking try. I just like seeing the cuttlefish in attack mode every time it comes up. It makes me
Yeah.
happy.
You just like the flashing cuttlefish.
That's
Really.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alf. Alf kicked it off.
Alf did it.
Fucking A.
Sweet.
We
Good job, Alf.
are officially in a hype
In a
train.
hype train.
Fucking awesome. It's so funny at the very end of the night. So, what we normally do when we are in a hype train, we open up to the chat, as long as we are officially in the train, to look up any random things. If you got any fun, cool things, we could do image searches of things. We're not gonna like read an entire story, but we can pull up anything that you're interested in. Yay! Thanks, guys.
Aw.
Yeah, if you guys want, I'm more than happy to follow your lead. If you're like, oh, I saw this really cool rain frog the other day.
Really cool rain frog.
Actually, I'm gonna put on the rain frog right now because I
Just-
don't know. It just popped
yeah.
in my head. Just popped in my head. Yeah, thank you, Jason. You're awesome. You are so awesome.
So yeah, if you guys got
I
anything
love it.
interesting you want us to look up, you want to see Googled, let us
Yeah.
know.
Well, I'm gonna
we'll
do
Google.
this for now. We're gonna show you this
We found
big
some
cute
weird
thing.
things.
More
And you're gonna see its little cute
unexpected
face.
sounds grab our
Well, yeah,
attention.
throw it out there if you guys have anything.
Like this desert rain frog. Squeaking
It's the
vile
only frog
sensation.
Roxy likes. She hates frogs, but she loves them.
It looks so angry. Pluto does not like it. He's
11
like,
million
"What
hits
is
and
happening?"
counting.
Oh yeah,
I
but
don't
my
know
cat
about
It
is like,
sounds
what
like
the
a dog
fuck? He's
toy.
looking at it though. He's looking at the screen.
But actually, this
Yeah, our cat's sitting in my
is a
lap, and he's
sonorous
like,
war
he
cry
turned around like, what?
of a very angry frog.
Yeah, he looks angry.
It's
Pluto,
so
did you see it?
fucking cute, dude.
Ferocious.
It's so
Very ferocious.
cute. Tell me what you think of Aquarius. Like as far as
TV show, Aquarius Moon, Zodiac
Aquarius,
sign.
the zodiac sign.
Anyone who's Aquarius?
I'll tell you, I don't really know the most about astrology in general. I know little like basic bits, but I don't really know too much. I entertain it as a possibility that there is, some kind of effect that the planets and the gravity of the planets could maybe have some kind of effect, but I don't really know. But I think it's interesting, kind of to entertain the idea, because I gotta tell you, it's very bizarre. I'm a Sagittarius, and it's just looking on paper at what Sagittariuses are, like I wouldn't fit with any of the other signs. It's totally me. So it's weird because I'm like, I don't know how that would work, although that's pretty fucking bizarre. And I do actually have an Aquarius moon. So Aquarius moon, they were the more introspective signs, is how I've always known, is more like deep introspective, inside of your head, thought-provoking. So let's see.
I just sent you that link from Alf as well.
Oh, sweet. Okay. So before we do that, we'll just read real quick. Aquarius horoscope overview. And we'll just see what that means on
Yeah,
here.
it's obvious the moon affects everyone for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I used to
That
not
is-
really,
that is very true.
I used to
The
not really
moon's
think
good
anything
for us.
about it,
Thank
but
you.
really, the more that I've gone down my own spiritual path, which I base in science, basically. If everything has energy, and all those energies play off of each other, and if entanglement is a thing, it would make sense that these gigantic bodies in space that are around us, that their energies would affect us. Now, how they determine our personality and like where we go from there, like I'm not real sure.
Yeah.
But there does seem to be certain aspects that pop up that are repeatable through these different signs. Do I think it's going to tell me when I'm going to find love? No. But whenever you do your birth chart and you get real deep into it, it's interesting how many similarities there are, and how somebody else's birth chart will have nothing to do with like
Sure.
me and myself. So there are differences, and I think there are certain traits, and just being energy itself.
Oh, thank you.
What? You
Damn,
guys are awesome.
that almost got to level 2. It was very
81%.
close,
That
81%.
was so
Thank
close.
you. That was really, really, really sweet for you to do that. Thank you. That
You
was a
guys are
good,
awesome.
valiant effort. I
Yeah.
love it.
Oh.
Oh, sweet. Okay, fucking A. We got
Yeah,
it.
that's
Yes.
it.
You guys are amazing.
Hooray,
Good. Now we have
good
more
job.
time to roll with this shit. It's great.
Totally. But yeah, I mean, long story short, I think that these gigantic bodies of energy around us could definitely have some kind of sway on us whenever, whenever our personality is imbued upon us, whenever that is, but I can see how they would affect us.
It could.
I
It's
don't
just so
think we
interesting
can
how it's so
predict
very
anything.
specific, like it's so
Yeah.
oddly specific that people have all of these things. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I've always been very interested, and I'm like, okay, this is an interesting concept, and I see that some people really feel very, very strongly about it, and some
Yeah.
people kind of base a lot of their decisions around their sign and their birth chart and all of that. So there is something interesting to it. I just can't quite say that that's what it is. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like I've always said. You know, I always say that the answer is somewhere in the middle. The truth is always in the middle. There's two sides of every story, and it usually ends up being in the middle is kind of where the truth is. And I think that's true of, you know, the whole horoscope and astrology in general. Like, I don't think it's predicting everything about us or setting everything in stone about us, but it does seem to have some kind of influence of some sort.
So that's why with horoscopes, I'm kind of like,
yeah.
You're going to tell me how my week's going to be, and that's going to be the same for every single Sagittarius out there? Like, not so much. But as far as the charts, it's very interesting. I haven't had, like, a full chart done, but I've had people do, like, basic charts, and it's very interesting. It really is. There's a lot of uncanny things where I'm like, fuck, okay, all right.
Yeah.
And some things in the chart that I was told when I was younger that I was like, I don't know if that really resonates with me. And then as I got older, I'm like, yeah, I just had to evolve into it. It's totally weird. It's totally weird.
Sweet.
But yeah, how the moon does have a really fantastic effect. And, you know, like hospital workers and cops and everything they're overstaffed.
Totally.
On full moons because they recognize that it affects people. Although the moon is substantially closer and the moon is affecting the water, which is here on this planet, which we're, 70% water. So that makes a lot of sense. But, like, Neptune, I don't know. I'm not sure. Does Neptune affect us? Where it is? It's that far away. Like, I don't know. Maybe it does. I'm open to it.
I mean, if you look at the sun's gravity goes way further out than I ever would have imagined that it would go.
It's true.
So the gravity, even though it might be, slight from other planets, it's affecting somehow. And if it's, it's warping space-time somehow, that's affecting every bit of energy that is involved in space-time between that object and the end of its reach, so
potentially
it's
so.
Something.
Potentially so. Yeah. It's very interesting, but some people are so, like, committed, like, it's definitely this. Like, I can't say it's definitely, but I do see that there's a lot of really uncanny things that make me be like, okay, I'm not going to discredit it just because I can't understand it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, thank you, Princess. Yes.
Thanks, Princess.
You
guys are awesome.
You guys are awesome. We're hyping it.
Yeah.
And actually, let's real quick check out
Alf's video.
Alf's video.
Interestingly enough, I just watched this documentary last night, Alf.
You did? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. And Alf is actually friends with the Guar guys, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, so here's a little Guar thing. That's so funny you just watched it last night.
Yeah, I just watched the whole thing last
Yeah, great time. Yeah, we're
Guar
killing
is
it.
currently on the Fatal Chaos tour with their new guitarist, Pustulus Maximus, but many don't know that the band was up for a Grammy for their long-form video, Phallus in Wonderland. Although they didn't win, Guar leader Odorous Urungus remembered the 1993 event, which featured a brush with Michael Jackson.
They nominated us for a Grammy, and then they didn't even want us to come to the damn party. We showed up anyway, hung around until Michael Jackson was done, and then beat it before Billy Ray Cyrus hit the stage. I mean, I could go on and on. We were posing for some stupid photograph with Michael Green, the president of NARIS at the time, and the LA Times had asked me, they said, Odorous, what do you think about being nominated for a Grammy? And I replied, quite honestly, it means nothing to me. It is a meaningless accolade bestowed upon Guar by a retarded child.
Odorous then railed against the Hollywood celebrity culture.
Apparently that didn't go over very well with the showbiz community, whom I live to destroy. Now let me tell you something. Those celebrities giving each other awards is the last thing they need. Heaping gift bags with $50,000 watches inside of them. The privileged elites of your society heaping prizes and praises and meaningless awards. What about an award for that girl who's working 60 hours a week so she can feed her 2 kids because her husband is overseas fighting your freaking war so you guys can have your gas guzzling Sorry, I get a little worked up about that.
Lastly, he wasn't too thrilled with the way Dave Grohl of Foo Fighters and the Grammys are in bed together.
And then Dave Grohl gets up there at the Grammys. He's like, hey, I'm Dave Grohl. Oh, God, please let me suck some more corporate. I got some more in my mouth. All right, come, quick, let's get some more on stage for Dave Grohl to suck. He's not sucking enough. We think he can suck some more. Get Billy Joe from Green Day over here. Let him suck some too. Like, okay, bring him in, guys, bring him in. Still, there wasn't enough for Dave Grohl to suck. He actually, do you know that Dave Grohl had his teeth removed so he could fit more in his mouth?
War continues the Fate or Chaos tour tonight in New Orleans at the House of Blues. Dates currently run through November 15th in Calgary, Alberta.
That was fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
Loved it. Thank you for sharing that. That
Perfect.
was a good share.
Perfect way to end a hype train.
I loved it. Oh, I'm so glad we ended the night on a hype train. That was so awesome.
Yeah.
And thank you, everybody,
Thank
for
all of you.
contributing. That was really cool.
That was great.
That was really, really awesome. Yeah.
And we got 1,900 bits. You guys
Sick.
threw 1,900 bits at us.
1,900?
1,900?
Where does it say that?
It said right after the hype train.
What?
Yeah.
That was a lot. Oh my God.
was
That
a lot.
fucking added up. Thank you
All of you.
guys.
That's so much.
Oh
We
man, this is
appreciate
so cool.
Every single one of those bits.
Seriously, thank you guys so much. We're like, we're just a mellow, chill, chit-chatty stream, and it's not the same as with the music streams and everything where it's like, yay, throw the bits out for your song that you just got and all the stuff. There's like more like inspiration on some of the other streams, and we're just like hanging out and chit-chatting and talking shit. So it's really nice when people decide like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna just chuck you a little present. It's really nice. Thank you. And we don't expect anything. That's the thing. Like, we're happy to get, if we got one bit in the night, we'd be like, thank you. It's better than nothing. It
Just
really
to
is.
see the cuttlefish, really, it makes us enjoy life.
True story.
But yeah.
True. I like it,
Thank
that
you.
cuttlefish a lot. That's great.
But thank all of you. That's great.
Awesome.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, seriously. Thank you guys so very, very, very much. And I'm seeing who we should raid right now.
Who should we raid?
Let's see. I'm seeing who's on right now, who looks kind of fun. Oh, let's raid John Lee.
Okay.
Let's go say hi to John Lee. That he is awesome. So he has actually just recently got made a mod at Roxy Gun Project also. So he is new to the team. So we're like mod buds, mod twinsies. I don't know what you'd call it, but like welcome newbie.
Yeah.
I'm old
Noobs.
school over here, shit.
Yeah.
Okay, Princess is going to send me a private message on Discord so I can go check it between now and Monday.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it.
Wow, J-Tide, thanks.
I'm doing it.
That's nice.
Oh, you're so sweet. That's so nice. So, curious, are you one of Risky's buds? And did you kind of follow to Justin's channel? Or, so you're in Atlanta, so maybe you know them in real life. Like, tell me, how are you affiliated? How did you come to be our new friend? Tell me. Do you know Justin in real life? You just happen to be in Atlanta? Just random? Could be anything. You never know.
Could be anything.
Could be fucking anything. But I'm glad you came in on that raid. That was really nice of Justin to do that. And he fucking bailed too. He didn't even say shit. He was like, raid, bye.
Well, his name's Dane. I think he's lurking, but I think he went and got food. Something like that.
Oh, that makes sense.
He wandered away. Or he just
So I love
raided
him.
and fell
Either way,
asleep.
I don't care if he raids and runs. That's fine. I just was
Raid
like,
and
I love
run.
you. What do you
The
do?
old
How
raid
was your
and
stream? He was like, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Your fraternity brother financed Adam and Justin's album.
Nice.
That
Okay.
is very interesting.
Well, that's super
Cool.
cool. Well, yeah, we hope to see you in here more often.
Wow.
Hopefully we see you Monday, if not next Wednesday.
Absolutely,
for
yes.
all the rest of you.
Monday, 7:30 Pacific, and Wednesday as well. Okay, we're raiding John Lee right now. Everyone have a great night. Thank you, and we'll see you again soon.
Yes.
Bye.